Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome along to another day here at the Modus Super Series. It is week one of Series 8 and it's Friday, which means that the remaining players are all battling it out for a place at finals night.
But there are some. This is on. And it's gone.
Game shot on his second leg, Stephen Johnston.
Big ask. Big shot. And found!
And the match.
What a way to finish your day.
Game shot on his
So
second
typically
leg,
Martin Adams, isn't it? For 4-1 win. And Bradley Roose closes out with a success. Has the chance to win the match, and he does. It's a win for Michael Bergoin. And this time it's there. And Jack Bell picks the points up.
Yeah, 11 players battling it out for the right to make it through to finals night. 6 of them this afternoon. But Paul Nicholson, you were also here last night, so we'll start with Group B. Who impressed you there?
Justin Smith. We didn't really know what to expect from him because we haven't seen a great deal of him in 2024. But he came out with some smoke and some fire. He was great in his first game. And the fact that it was only a 97 average in the end was a bit of a puzzler. But throughout his first 3 games, he looked really comfortable. He looked like he just wanted to go up there and have some fun. And it was only a little stumble at the end that cost him 8 perfect points. But I still fully believe that he will qualify later on because his standard was better than everybody else.
Yeah, 3 players will make it through from that group. You can catch the action from 10 p.m. tonight, but getting underway this afternoon, the second day in Group C. And it looked pretty evenly matched amongst most players yesterday.
Yeah, I think Martin Turner at the top on 8 points. He'll be very happy with the way things have gone. But he can't take for granted that things are going to be the same here today because the standard from top to bottom was quite tight. Mid-80s to high 70s, anything can happen when everybody's in that range. Nobody went there and out there and averaged 93, 94. So if we're going to get a carbon copy of yesterday with a few little intricacies in there, things could be turned around.
Yeah, we'll stick with Martin for a moment. He's quite experienced. He's been here a few times before. Do you think he's going to got what it takes to get it over the line today?
Yeah, I think he's probably more equipped now for getting through this task of making a Saturday. And this shot in particular will have pleased him more than any other he's ever had in this building, because when you're hitting a shot like that, to finish your campaign for the day, to be the top dog, I'm sure last night he felt very confident coming into today.
Yeah, he's on 8 points. There's a batch of players on 6. Second in the table is Bradley Roose. Really seems to be turning his week around after a very disappointing Group A campaign.
It's been such a strange week for Bradley because not only turning his week around after a bad Group A campaign, but also turning his day around yesterday because he had a couple of bad games, but he did have some really good bounce backs. And I think that's a really good quality to have as a 19-year-old kid, taking disappointment, trying to forget it because you can't forget about everything, but being able to get wins anyway when he's not 100%. And the fact that he won more than he lost yesterday, congratulations to him.
Let's just get confirmation of that table then going into the final day of action in this group. Turner top on 8, Roose, Adams and Johnston on 6. Is it now between the top 4 and Mail and Bergoin are out, or can one of them run the card and give themselves a chance?
We have seen in the past that people can spring a surprise from 2 points to getting through on a Friday. So we can't write them off. But if we are being honest, it looks like 4 people going for 2 spots. Based on the exact standard that we've seen from the numbers, the likelihoods, and some of the behaviours from yesterday. So I will expect 2 to come from 4.
What do you make of what the bookies have gone with? Because to win the group, I mean, Bradley Roose is second in the table, but 4th favourite with the odds compilers.
They haven't fancied him all week, though. At the start of the week, they had him at 12-1. We thought that was crackers at the start, but he's just got a likelihood of making it through because of past behaviours. And it's not as if he hasn't been here for 4 or 5 months. He was here a couple of weeks ago. I know it didn't go to plan, but he should be sharp and he should be ready for the final furlong to make the Saturday. So I find that quite surprising.
Yeah, well, you had a chat with Bradley a little earlier to see how he's feeling. So we've heard Paul's opinion. Let's hear Bradley's own thoughts now. As I said, he had a little chat with Paul about an hour ago.
Bradley, final day of week 1. This is the final push and you find yourself in a pretty decent position.
Yeah, I played some decent stuff yesterday in patches, but it was not that good the whole day. But at some points, I tried to find an extra gear to win those matches. But yeah, I'm feeling quite okay. My wrist is also way more or less than the last 4 days. So yeah, I'm ready to fight for finals night.
You've got a really good record of making Saturdays when you come here and also playing very well on Saturdays. How much do you want to get back there tomorrow?
Like I'm now in the second position, so I really want to get back to Saturday. Also because of this week has not been my best week so far at the Modus series, but I think if I make tomorrow night, then it will be really big thing because of my wrist injury. So yeah, I'm hoping to really come back tomorrow night.
Because you finished in last position in Group A, if you can make Saturday because of what you've done since then, would that make this best qualifying week that you've ever had?
Yeah, I think so because yeah, I'm not playing that well. I also play not that good in Group A the first 3 days. So I think if I make Saturday night tomorrow, then I think it will be my best qualifying way to qualify for tomorrow night.
Well, it's a beautiful day in Portsmouth, and we wish you all the best, Bradley. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there we go. Bradley Roose, the young Dutchman, looking to completely turn around his week by making it through to finals. Now, we have seen him do similar kind of things before. Of course, did compete in Champions Week last week. His opponent in the opening match of day 2, Jack Mail, the 22-year-old from Newcastle, has appeared at the UK Open before. The Maestro looking for a masterful day if he's to have any chance. Only one win yesterday. Bradley Roose, actually the younger of the two, the 2022 WDF World Boys Champion from The Hague in the Netherlands. And it was good to hear him speaking a bit positively because he wasn't really exuding much positivity earlier in the week. And I guess a change in approach might have sparked a change in results, Paul.
Indeed. 6 points from his first day in Group C. It's not bad at all. It's got him in the reckoning with the likes of Adams, Johnston and Turner.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
From one Jack to another. Let's get cracking with Friday. It is decision day to see who's going to join Tom Sykes in the big dance here in week 1.
100.
It's a lot harder for these players to be here on a Saturday night than the fans, that's for sure. If you want to be here, you can be. We'll get onto that in due course. But what a great start for Roose. Great players can do great things on Fridays here.
Yeah, exceptional start. Perfect start.
120.
He almost wasn't the only one in on the act. Could have been a 180 from Mail.
Now, what we've got in this group is a tightly compacted bunch of quality.
100.
Sounds like a really bad advert for chocolates, doesn't it? But top average yesterday of everybody for the day over their 5 matches was Martin Turner, 85.99. The lowest was Jack Mail at 80.82, giving us a 5-point gap between top and bottom. That's not a lot.
108.
But if this is anything to go by, the standard is going to go up today. Bradley was somewhat in the middle of the two.
He's going to get it, isn't he? He wants to be at that finals night again. He wants to be at that Champions Week again. And the way he started this
Bradley
match,
require 41.
Nothing's going to stop him.
Missing singles, mate.
Yeah, and Mail has left himself a makeable shot here.
21.
Oh, this would hurt. Bradley
Jackie
Roose,
require 124.
has thrown a dozen darts to leave 20. That's an average of 120. He may not even win the leg. Treble 18 would leave the ball.
He can't beat him on the counter-attack then.
92.
So let's
Bradley
see if it
require
goes with the run
20.
of play here in leg 1 against the darts. He really has been superb on that double 10.
Bradley Roose.
Predominantly this week. He hasn't had many shady moments on that 4 o'clock double.
Second leg, it's
His
Bradley
doubles
to throw
yesterday were
first. Game
competent.
on.
And I think everybody could say that, apart from Martin Turner, who was better than everybody average-wise and doubles-wise as well.
99.
But Roose has got some focus here today, and I like the fact that in that interview he said that his wrist does feel better today, better than any other day this week. So that's encouraging. Whatever he's done, it's worked.
Yeah, really did have to not let the Group A campaign affect the Group C. That's what he appears to be doing. The perfect start, a break, a throw in leg one. And we spoke about if Mail or indeed Bergoin were going to have any chance of getting through, it would have to be winning every single match. So this is actually the nightmare scenario now for Jack Mail.
I can't see him getting through with 10 points, no matter what the leg difference. And speaking of that,
125.
Mail and Bergoin, 11 and 12 legs adrift from 4th spot. That's bad news.
Yeah, they could have actually done with playing each other in their early match, couldn't they, to just give one of them a little bit of a boost. As it is, Bergoin will meet Martin Adams. Before that, Martin Turner taking on Stephen Johnston, which could be pivotal as well, because it would allow Turner to open up a real gap between himself and Johnston. And if Roose has won this match by then, he will fill that gap.
It could be one of those crazy groups today where
60.
Someone
Bradley require
tops the group and the rest are scrapping on the same numbers. We've seen it very recently.
Big numbers here on offer. Double top.
120.
Mail will get
Jackie
the go
require
at
160.
the same equation.
I've lost count of how many times people have had 160 this week. Hit the 2 treble 20s and missed the tops. It's easily 5 times now.
60. Bradley require 40.
But now he just needs the tops to double his lead.
Really pulled that one. Trying not to overreact. Reset, refocus, re-aim.
20.
But he cannot address
Jackie
the problem.
require 100.
I wouldn't want to be that double top right now. He chose not to go for 2 of them. Maybe that was
60.
the right choice.
Bradley require 20.
Because of the sighter he had on the 60 after the first dart. But Roose does not want to continue to miss doubles. He wants to keep the pressure on everybody else. And he has done that by hitting double 10 again.
Leg, Bradley Roose.
Well, it's a Roose cruise at the moment.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
His exact standard yesterday, 81.67
100.
for the day. That was an improvement on what he did in Group A. So everything seemed to trend in the right direction from the first 3 days to yesterday.
140.
The improvement was very sustainable, if I may use that word, because it's not as if he came out here yesterday and averaged 90 for the day.
100.
He didn't. But it was a nice 2% improvement. That's the kind of improvement you can have day to day.
60.
It's not as if you have to improve a great deal. It's just minimize the mistakes. Just polish up on the doubles a little bit. And he had more darts at double than anybody yesterday.
135.
Whenever you say that about a player, that's a compliment because they've given themselves a lot of chances.
Well, Mail here is in charge of leg 3.
60.
May not be on a finish, but he does have at least 6 darts from here.
97.
Yeah, good stuff. Great switch. Will have a chance of getting himself off the mark here for Friday. Well, the lad from the Toon, which a lot of them are celebrating today because it's a very big day in Newcastle, isn't it? With
69.
the release of the new Newcastle United shirt. It's been all over the city the last few days. He's going for tops.
Game
And
shot
hitting
on the
it.
third leg. Jack Mail.
I almost want him to run around the place with his right hand in the air.
Fourth leg. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Well, that is exactly what Mail ordered in the third leg of the match.
Well, as for Jack yesterday, I said that he had the lowest running average of everybody, but it wasn't by much. Just a shade under 81. He did get 37 darts at a double, but only hit 8 of them, resulting in
100.
him having the lowest percentage of the day at 22%. And just the one maximum as well, which isn't really a shock, because if you look at the construct of his barrels, they are a lot wider than that of someone like Roose, who has already got 3 in this game. Having said that, it doesn't stop Nathan Aspinall hitting a bucket full of them.
108.
180's exchange. We've had 4 in this game already. Only halfway through it, potentially.
Yeah, we had a few games last night which were littered with
60.
maximums. Good scoring packs there. Can Mail get himself back into contention? But he has got 2 problems.
100.
He's lacking in points and leg difference. Even if he was to win 4 games today by tight margins, it wouldn't be enough. His leg difference wouldn't be repaired enough.
140. Jack, you require 121.
Well, 1-2 want to extinguish that 2-leg lead that Roose had and get this game in his favour, in his control. Treble 17 will be the target. He finds it. Bullseye is the target. He cannot get near that.
Bradley, you require 75.
Got to make sure the big single does a very good job of that. Tops for him. And he gets it right this time. That's a huge dart from Bradley. He takes a 3-1 lead. He knows exactly what he needs to do
Fifth
today.
Flag. It's Jack to throw first.
Win
Game
the
on.
moments like that. And he could find his way to another Saturday. And he never fails, really.
It's a very high standard opener
85.
for Friday. Both players head into this leg averaging north of 90.
$99.
Think back to week 1 of the previous series. How did Reece Robinson feel when he was winning that first week? Very happy at getting his second weekly title, yes.
60.
But he's going to be talked about for Champions Week more than anybody for a longer period. He's got a lot longer to get his game in play and ready
41.
for a potential Champions Night. And if I may, if Bradley does have an issue with his wrist, if he can still win this week, he will have maximum time to get it fixed.
140.
Yeah, good point. He can work on that. If he can find a way through, it's going to be difficult based on what we've seen from other players. We haven't even mentioned today
58.
Tom Sykes, who of course won Group A. We did speak about some of the players in Group B who seem to be in really good form, particularly Justin Smith. It looks like a tough ask to get through and win on Saturday night, but if Roose can do it,
140.
it's a fair point. He's got time to recover.
Well, let me put it into some sort of medical perspective. Let's say Bradley Roose wins tomorrow night. On Sunday, he breaks his arm.
99. Jack, you require 76.
The mending time for a broken arm is 6 weeks. He would have time to break his arm, repair it, and come back and win again. It's a long time.
60.
He's not going to win the match right here. Jack will surely bring it back to 3-2, but if he doesn't, Bradley's got to be there.
40.
And he's not really.
Jack, you require 16.
So to stay in contention in the opener,
Game shot on the fifth flag. Jack Mail.
I was saying yesterday that his name resembles
Sixth flag. It's
that
Bradley
of
to
a
throw
fictional
first.
postal company.
Game on.
Should call himself First Class. First Class Jack Mail. It's just got a ring to it. I'm not really sure where Maestro comes from,
96.
but if he does qualify for Saturday, we'll have to ask him.
probably just the lazy alliteration, isn't it? That most people go for.
140.
Been a great performance here from both players. Considering what they delivered yesterday, this is proof that when
100.
these players are asked a question, and when there's only one day left and that urgency is around this place all day long, they do play better.
Does Bradley have a nickname?
60.
Should be Kanga.
I like it. I was going to go the Goose. Or Bradley Brill Cream Roose.
I made a pun the last time he was here,
39.
which got a few people laughing. I said, if you look at his hairstyle, it looks like he combs his hair with a rake. Look at the gaps in the styling of it. It looks so uniform. Honestly, Forrest Gump would be happy cutting that.
45.
Yeah, it's a rather wide tooth comb, isn't it? The one that he has with him, but it's his style.
Yeah, wouldn't be able to place in The Godfather.
96.
He's showing Gabriel Clemens how it's really done, you see. This really has been a great performance from Jack.
Bradley, you require
If he can find a way to
170.
equalising, he will ask a very stiff question. However, this is a match-winning opportunity, and it is at the ball for the first one of the week.
Game shot.
Hair-raising
and the match,
stuff from Bradley
Roose.
Roose. Takes out the big one, the 170 to win the match. And what a match it was to start off your Friday Super Series action. He's a very happy chappy. A real contrast to how he was on Monday. He's got that Friday feeling now. A 170 checkout to see off Mail, who performed well in that game, as well as he has really in this group. A 4-2 defeat, though, for him condemns him effectively to elimination and puts Roose firmly in the hunt for qualification. Martin Turner is the only man above him in the table. He's in action next. Stephen Johnston against him, trying to keep up the pace.
Welcome back to round one action here on Friday in Group C. We've just seen a wonderful performance from Bradley Roose. And you've just seen a wonderful shirt Did he get that from Modus Rasma? Martin Turner is leading this group, but only just now, because Bradley Roose with something akin to what we saw from Martin Turner yesterday in his final 3 darts with that 170 finish. But Martin's got arguably a harder task in round 1 because he's up against someone who's chasing him. Looks like Jack Mail is out of proceedings. He can only get to 10 points by the end of the day, and I'm not sure that's going to be anywhere near good enough.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
But how good was Martin yesterday? He had the best running average of anybody. He had the best doubles percentage. He had the best finish.
60.
But he got better as the day went on. I don't think that he has that luxury today.
140.
I think he's got to get out of the blocks to make sure that people don't catch him.
And it's a perfect opening game for him to do that because he can put distance between himself and one of those players trying to catch
95.
him. If Johnston wins this, then suddenly 3 players are tied on 8 and Martin's lost all control of the group. But if he wins it himself, he's got a vice-like grip
100.
on the group.
That is a bit of a shirt, isn't it?
Look at the difference in
45.
size of darts. You could probably put 3 of Martin Turner's darts in an elastic band and they still would only just come up to the same thickness as
140.
Stephen Johnston's darts as we take a look at the Mutts Nuts new design.
60.
Yeah, uses
Stephen,
tiny
you
little
require
things. I like the fact that
121.
Stephen Johnston's darts are technically described as 24-gram chunky stumpies.
107.
See, I don't even know. Is that a brand? Or is that just what he calls them?
140. Stephen, you
Whatever he
require
calls them.
14.
He's got a
Game
1-0
shot on the
lead.
First leg, Stephen
He's
Johnston.
out of the traps, no problem whatsoever. And today is a very big day for Stephen. After
Second
triple
leg,
heartbreak,
it's Stephen to throw
the last
first.
3 times he's been in
Game on.
groups, he has got vengeance on his mind of sorts. If he goes out and wins 8 points today and gets to 14, he's got a sensational chance of a first Saturday here in Portsmouth because he's been so close
45.
on numerous occasions. If he can deal a blow to Turner early,
140.
he is not just doing himself a favour, but he's also doing a favour for Martin Adams and for Bradley Roose. We could have
140.
one heck of a battle royal going on over the next 4 hours. He is not missing much at all.
140.
You might want to catch your breath, everybody, because this one is a whirlwind of a match.
85. Stephen, you require 121.
Shots on. Shot still on.
93.
And he was on 121 after 9 twice and had a dart at a double both times he left it.
He's racing through the game, isn't he? Not
Stephen,
just
you
in terms
require
of
28.
his standard here, but his approach is to just really blitz
14.
Martin Turner here.
Martin, you require
Did it double 7
131.
to win the opening leg. He will hope to get another go at it. And he will get another go at it.
57. Stephen, you require 14.
He hasn't hit double 7 this time. How about the hurdle?
10.
He misses
Martin,
the
you
hurdle
require
shot.
74.
This is how quickly it can unravel. Looked completely in control of this tie. Suddenly Turner will take aim at a double for the first time in the match.
34.
A wire bender.
Stephen, you require 4.
Johnston on a missing run here.
Trying to make it stop by taking a breather.
No score.
Oh no.
Martin, you require 40.
Or as our friend Chris Mason would say, oh dear.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah.
Martin Turner.
It's a real mess, isn't it?
Third leg. It's Martin to
I make
throw
it
first.
7 missed in that
Game on.
leg at least. May have even been more.
Yeah, he missed double 14 in the first leg
100.
and cracked on with double 7 straight away, didn't he? So he has missed quite a lot of darts in that second leg. And let's face
58.
facts, he has relinquished that leg. Martin didn't really have any right in winning it, but it just goes to show if you stick to your task,
81.
if your opponent constantly makes errors, you've got to be there to make them pay.
Yeah, scoring has been no problem.
140.
That is now 5 140s in this game for Steve Johnston. We're only in the third leg. But the finishing has been troublesome.
59.
We established yesterday morning that he is a bricklayer. He's got no problem stacking the
140.
bricks. It's just a case of finishing off the cement.
60.
You've got to be a bit of a craftsman in getting legs done in minimal time. He's not bothered about the fact he left a bogey number. It didn't matter in the end.
97.
Let's see what happens next. Because after breaking immediately, he relinquished his throw in leg 2.
82. Stephen, you require 66.
What can you do with 56?
26.
This would
Martin,
sting.
you require 119.
After having darts at a double in every leg to possibly be 3-0 up, he has skirted the possibility of being 2-1 down.
But how confident can he be? I think this will actually make it worse as well, that
31.
Turner has taken his time
Stephen, you require 40.
to make a decision there. That
Game shot
will
on the
just
third leg.
settle him down
Stephen
a bit.
Johnston.
Much needed for Stephen Johnston. It's a break as well in the story of the match. It really does give him
Fourth leg.
control
It's
back.
Stephen to throw first. Game on.
I think it helped that he had a new target as well. Because if you think about the complexity of legs 1 and 2, he was on 14s, 7s,
100.
2s and 1s. Whereas there, he was in a completely different hemisphere. It feels like a totally different shot.
135.
So to break the mould of missing doubles, the last thing you want is to be constantly going back to the same ones.
140.
Is he going for some sort of 140 record in this match? Because this is getting a bit silly.
100.
Yeah, 7 now for Stevie J.
91.
If he's a footballer, it'd definitely be called Stevie J.
$58.
Martin Turner
Stephen, you
is in
require
trouble in this match
170.
because Stephen Johnston is dictating it with brilliant scoring.
60.
Yeah, it's been all about him, hasn't it? You would think he was the player top of the table, and he may well be joint top of the table after this game. Would be 3 of them on that
94.
8-point tally, and Martin Adams
Stephen,
will
you
have the chance to
require
join him in the next match.
110.
If that happens, it is definitely
Game shot on
a
a four-horse
four-horse race. That's
Stephen
3-1.
Johnston.
He hasn't got a problem with tops, that's for sure. He's averaging 92.31 after missing
Fifth
11
leg,
darts
it's
at a double
Martin
in the
to throw
match.
First. Game on.
Someone's in the mood. He's rolling that neck like he's about to go into the boxing ring.
43.
Maybe massaging his inner Alex Arthur or Josh Taylor.
Well, he's already been beaten up in this
85.
game, hasn't he? It's Johnson who's landing every single blow. The only leg that Turner won was one that he was gifted.
57.
Yeah, they're made of hard stuff up in southwest Scotland, aren't they? Do we even need to mention
80.
Robert Thornton or Andy Bolton?
Well, Johnston's unlikely to break that record 140 tally in a match at the Super Series unless Turner gets a couple of
95.
legs back, because Mark Durbridge wants at 11.
He hasn't got another one there, but he'll be about as aware of that 140 record as I am of the new Sunderland kit today.
58.
He just wants to win.
$85.
And based on what we've seen from Johnston in the past, I think he's held his emotions very together in this match. Because he could have come out
83.
all guns blazing, but I
Stephen, you
don't think he's
require
going to do that today.
151. 97.
Well, he's on a chance to win the match here and now.
99. Stephen, you require 54.
And it is that tops which he found so well.
44.
He's in a mess again and he's getting
Martin,
angry.
you require 66.
May not be able to miss chances like that. As it turns out, he
48.
does get another crack, but this
Stephen,
is
you
tricky.
require 10.
Needs to just regain his composure here. That looks like a good guide to bounce it in, but he can't do it, and he may just
No score.
boil over a
Martin,
little
you
bit.
require 18.
I'll come back to that in a moment, specifically if Turner
Getting
wins
shot
this
on the
leg, which he
fifth
does.
leg,
I
Martin
think that
Turner.
is Stephen Johnston's problem. He was winning a match 3-1, looking likely to get the job done, and he misses.
6th leg. It's
And
Stephen
literally
to throw
beats
first.
himself up about it.
Game on.
Got to keep control, got to keep composure.
100.
This game is between the ears. We say it so many times. You're not going to get any sort of exasperation
57.
visibly from Martin because he's just too wily, too experienced.
I also wonder if it's an
58.
indication. I know that Johnston can be aggressively animated, but whether it's an indication of how much importance he's attaching to this particular fixture.
123.
He's still in control of who wins this match,
41.
but he's got to remain positive. The moment he slips up, Martin's got to be there to mop up. And as this game is
85.
progressing on, he is constantly asking questions. And the 140s have dried up.
140.
Until now. That may be the best one of this contest. However, he has left another bogey number.
Yeah, could have thought it out a little bit better before he threw his
80.
darts in that previous visit. And Turner, though it's a big one, is on a finish first, so he will have the chance to level this match.
60.
Should have gone bull with the last
Martin, you
dart.
require 156.
Tactical inexperience. So instead of sitting on 97, a 2-dart
82.
possibility,
Stephen,
this
you
is a
require
3-darter.
102.
The best he can hope for is 1 dart at a double.
And again, I think he's made 3
52.
bad decisions in a row there.
Martin, you
Not starting on the
require
18s
74.
from 302, not going for the bull with 122 left, and then going for the bull when it's the smallest target on the board
54.
on a 2-dart
Stephen, you
combo.
require 50.
However, he has won the
Game
match.
shot. And the
that's a
match,
monstrous
Stephen
result for
Johnston.
Stephen Johnston. If you want an exciting day of darts, you're going to get it because Martin Turner has been stopped. He will remain on 8 points, and Stevie J, who put himself through the mill on the doubles in that match, has joined Roose and Turner on 8 points. And now we turn our attention to Wolfie, who takes on Michael Bergoin, and if he wins, there'll be another person on 8 points.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have a real race now at the top of the table in Group C. You can see there, Turner, Roose and Johnston all on 8 points. That's after Stephen Johnston just beat Martin Turner, and Martin Adams can join them as well. If he wins his opening game against Michael Bergoin, he will make it a 4-way tie at the top. Burger Boy has only won one match so far in this group, qualifying through the ADC. Looking unlikely to make it to Saturday. Martin Adams, second favourite with the bookies to do so. There's going to be a big battle between these two players. A battle for who's got the best and brightest shirt is on that hockey as well. Adams has found himself another dazzler, but can he dazzle on Friday and make it through to finals night?
Do you think it's a contest? Look at this thing. Wayne Mardle, eat your heart out. I think you've been trumped. Well, this is a fine shirt as well. And Michael Bergoin yesterday found himself
First leg.
at the
It's
foot of the
Martin to
table.
throw first.
Something that he has
Game on.
been familiar with in the past. But this could be his final day here in this series. He's got to make the best of it. If he harbours any ambition of making Saturday for the first time, he must win all of his games and by
58.
distances.
Yeah, great stat there. 13 ADC vault wins in a row. Shows how good he is in his local area, but it just shows a step up, doesn't it? The difference that
57.
Bergoin hasn't really managed to not be competitive, because he has been, but just not be as dominant in terms of victories here at the Super Series as he is elsewhere.
54.
You look at other people around the world and how dominant they are in their local area. Look at John Michael in Greece. He's come here and struggled.
58.
People have come here from Canada, the United States. Success is never guaranteed. All we offer here are opportunities. You bring yourself here, you've got your chance. But what you do
55.
in other places doesn't count when you come here. You've got to do it again, or indeed improve on what you've done before to succeed here.
96.
Some people play better on this stage than they do locally. Look at someone like Steve West. I don't even think that's up for debate. When he gets on this stage, he improves.
Well, the matches for the top four against
100.
Bergoin and Mail have now become imperative that they win. Because you're just giving your rivals a head start if you don't do that. So Adams is now really
42.
needing to win this match to keep up that pressure at the top.
Yesterday, he was very tidy against Bergoin. 4-1 winner. 88 average. Restricted Bergoin to 4 darts at a double. That was a good job.
80.
Gave himself 9 opportunities and he took 4 of them, which is very, very good indeed. But he has been
96.
in that susceptible
Martin, you require
range
154.
of average and doubles this week, Martin. I think he's just going to need to find an extra few percent today to make sure of that top 2 spot.
26.
Because he's still, even at
Michael,
the
you
age of
require
68, a danger man.
152. $42. Martin, you require 128.
Possibilities here. 18's first. Now there's only one route left. Route 1, Bull.
103.
Gave it a good go.
Michael, you require 110.
Bergoin on a 3-figure finish himself, and he will get a go, barring a disaster here at tops.
70. Martin, you require 25.
Everybody makes the same face when they make the wire bend like that. It's like they're trying to inhale a polo mint. Just about a shot at double 4.
17. Michael, you require 40.
Chance of an 8-visit break of throw here. Slow start from both players. Where have we seen that dart before? From Bradley Roose earlier on today.
$20.
And another chance for Wolfie
Martin,
to get
you
the opening
require
leg.
8.
It's a slow start to this one compared to what we saw in the previous two matches,
Game
but
shot on the
Adams
first leg,
gets the leg in the
Martin
ledger all the
Adams.
same.
You going to get yourself one of those shirts for the summer, Murph?
I wouldn't have thought
Second
so.
leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Is he going to sell them? Or are they just for him? Because I can imagine them being quite popular at seniors events and
93.
other events around the country. I can imagine a few people wearing that today in Ilfracombe at the England Open. I'm sure the weather's terrible down on the Devon
55.
coast or in the southwest of England. It's glorious here in Portsmouth, but this is the best place to be
96.
because we're eager to see where the story takes us. We've got 3 players who were playing in Group A earlier in the week in this group.
60.
2 of them are playing in this match, and also we do have Bradley Roose. 2 of them are in contention.
100.
It's only Bergoin who looks like he's going to leave us at this stage, but it's still up for debate. But it won't be if he loses to Martin.
$60.
Well, Adams himself, really, I mean, he's got the first leg, but he hasn't woke up yet. Bergoin is
140.
buying himself more opportunities than Martin Adams, and he has to make sure he capitalises because at some point Adams will ignite.
You were saying?
108.
There is the spark.
Michael requires
Adams
72.
illuminates the live lounge. Still very much in the gift of Bergoin to win this leg. He gets a go
Game shot on
at
the
tops,
second
hits
leg.
tops,
Michael Bergoin.
but he's on notice now.
That's just a little bit better than the first leg, isn't it? 15 darter there from the
Third
lefty.
leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
And there aren't many times when you've got half the players in a group that are left-handed. That can't have happened before here.
45.
Maybe we should have a left-handers week.
96.
Some of the greatest players in their respective sports have been different in that respect. Left-handed golfers, left-handed batsmen,
100.
or people at the crease. Brian Lara was a lefty. Arguably one of the top 3 batsmen of all time.
85.
With the likes of Sachin Tendulkar and Steve Waugh and some others. Phil Mickelson, one of the greatest golfers of all time, 6-time major champion.
140.
Not to mention James Wade, one of the best dart players of the last 25 years. And maybe the best left-hander of all time.
59.
Even though left-handers have won the world title and James hasn't. Again, that's up for debate.
Well, Adams drifting to the left.
40.
Kind of his miss. Just opens the door again for Michael here.
$131.
And he walks through it very, very comfortably.
Wonder if there are any little fish on that shirt. So Michael can get some sort of inspiration ahead of this shot he's about to take on.
97. Michael, you require 130.
If he doesn't hit it, Adams is going to go 13s first on this shot. Watch. As much as he shouldn't,
58.
he'll never change.
Martin, you require 79.
So it means he only gets a dart at the ball.
54. Michael, you require 72.
Who are we to say that a 3-time world champion has just done something wrong, but he's done something wrong.
52.
But he does get another look.
Martin,
As
you
Bergoin
require
can't repeat the trick on
25.
72.
Remainder required. Double 8. Slight shuffle across.
9. Michael, you require 20.
He has been causing problems to
Game
some
shot on
people
the
this
third
week.
leg, Michael Bergoin.
He caused major issues for Bradley Roose yesterday.
Fourth flag, it's
Is he
Michael
about to
throw
deal a blow
first.
to Adams
on.
and all of his fans who are hoping he's going to make another appearance here tomorrow night?
96.
Needless to say, it's not going to be a 3-horse race if Wolfie loses this match. But he will be behind the 8 ball and he will need to beat his closest challengers.
100.
I like what you said at the start of play about Stephen Johnston getting Turner immediately. Getting points for himself and denying
99.
the table topper, which he still is, points in the opening round. Such a great deal of time committed to 6-point games in Premier League football and
60.
Championship football around a month from now. Well, we call these 4-pointers.
134.
Maybe not this game, but games like Turner Adams in Game 6. Things can turn around when they happen, but Martin would dearly love to be 2 points better off before he takes on the Minster man.
59.
He
100.
has steadied the ship and he keeps leaving 72. Third leg in a row. 1 hit, 1 miss, but has won both legs.
100. Michael, you require 72.
We know where we'll go.
Game
he
shot on the
gets another
fourth
hit.
leg, Michael Bergoin.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, and he's won 3 out of the 4 legs in this game now.
Fifth leg, it's
And those
Martin to throw
272
first.
checks
Game on.
culminated in 15 dart legs. That's good stuff. Average has gone up towards 81.5, which is almost where he was yesterday.
60.
But again, he had opportunities on Thursday and didn't take them in the day's entirety because he was only 24% on the doubles.
108.
But what pressure's on him today?
Yeah, but what pressure will be on Adams if he loses this match? We said that it was pretty much a requirement to beat Bergoin and Mail.
30.
Without disrespect to those 2 players, they're not in that race for the top 2. Adams isn't looking like doing that with his first attempt.
60.
This could be a catastrophic turn of events.
Well, by the time he plays Martin Turner, we could see Stephen Johnston and Bradley Roose both having got to 10 points. If Turner then beats him, he's on 10. Adams is then looking pretty much out of it.
100.
I can see what Martin's trying to do with his technique here. I think he's realised something is happening. He's doing what's called turning your hand over on the follow-through. So if you follow through properly, the hand goes palm down. Palm down. Did you see that? When he extends? Every now and again, what happens is he goes palm up.
100.
So he's trying to fight
Michael,
it.
you require
He's making sure that the follow-through
161.
is straight. Because if he goes palm up, he pulls the dart left.
45.
See him trying to fight the pull by making sure that the arm goes to the right-hand side.
135.
It's starting to work. His last 9
Michael, you
darts have been
require
much better.
116.
He's done well in this leg, but it might be out of his hands in a moment because Bergoin has got to go at double 18,
Shot.
which he
And the
finds
match, Michael Bergoin.
a 4-1 victory for the Berger boy, who takes a bite out of Adams' chances of qualifying. You'd seen his rivals at the top win their matches and really open up this group, but Adams has not been able to take advantage of that. He's gone down 4-1 to the man who had only got one win before that. A decent display. The finishing was fine. 272 checkouts and 116 to win the match. So now it leaves Adams just a little bit behind the top three of Johnston, Roose and Turner. And Johnston could go to the top of the table if he beats Jack Mail after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Game 4 of Friday's action about to get underway, and it's a meeting between Stephen Johnston, who can go top of the table, and Jack Mail, who is bottom of that table, having only won one match in his campaign so far. That was yesterday when Mail got the win over Bergoin, who's just had a very significant victory against Martin Adams, moving within 2 points of Adams, but crucially keeping Adams 2 points behind the top three. Johnston, Roose,
First leg, it's Stephen to
and
throw
top of the table, Turner.
Game on.
Oh, will that change here? Johnston, on paper, the favourite for this game, but despite that defeat to Bradley Roose in the opener, Jack Mail did play very well in that one.
Yeah, he did. Almost a 95 average, which it seems really strange to say it after the first round of play. That was the best average of the first round. And you only got 2 legs, but you've got to give Bradley Roose all the credit as well. He finished 76. That match off at its first opportunity. But the win that Maestro got against Bergoin yesterday, it now looks a bit better, doesn't it, considering what we've just seen from Bergoin.
108!
So if I may say this, Jack Mail is off the leash today, and now we should go out there and cause some chaos.
100!
Well, it's something similar to Bergoin, isn't it? You mentioned in that game, he's under no pressure.
58.
And Mail is playing with the same kind of freedom.
Most definitely.
135.
This is not that dissimilar to the start he had in his previous match, leaving a double after 12. I know it's the bull, but it's still technically a double.
60.
And he can have a
Stephen,
strong
you
start by
require
winning the
50.
first leg. Double 16.
Game shot on the first
Very, very
leg.
good.
Stephen Johnston.
We're seeing a lot of good 15 darters here today so far. Is Johnston going to win this group?
Second
or
leg,
get
it's
second?
Jack
Or
to
will
throw
he
first.
be denied again?
Game on.
Those thoughts have got to be swimming through his mind.
Yeah, that's going to be a real settler for him.
60.
It might actually be helpful that he doesn't have what he had last time and that advantage that he's having to go and fight for it rather than be the chased, the hunted.
60.
Just looking at the fixtures and last game of the day, Bradley Roose versus Stephen Johnston.
Well, yesterday, that was 4-3 to Johnston
140.
in a game that wasn't that great. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something on that fixture.
60.
And penny for the thoughts come that game. If Stephen Johnston needs to get something from it, he'll do himself a lot of favours if he's unbeaten going into that last match of the group.
140.
I've heard a lot of great stuff about Jack over the last couple of years from some promoters up there.
108.
Some of my good darts pals up in the Newcastle
Jack
area,
require
they rate Jack.
161.
They think he's an excellent player. One for the future. At the age of 22, he's got plenty of time on his side. And if we may
130.
just give him the benefit of the doubt, Chris Dobie didn't turn pro until he was in his late 20s. So he's got plenty of time.
65. Jack, you require 31.
Double six now.
25. Stephen, you
He
require
knows that Johnson is
136.
playing well. Left himself in a precarious position on double three. This could get messy for Mail.
100. Jack, you require 6.
Aggressive
Game
and
shot on the
brilliant.
second leg. Jack Mail.
Back of the net straight away. No doubt whatsoever.
Third leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Well, each of the first 3 games has been won against a throw. Mail going down 2-4 to Roose.
140.
Johnston beating Turner 4-2, despite not having the throw in that one. And Adams going down 1-4 to Bergoin.
There are patterns in those games, though.
105.
Everybody against the darts has won, like you mentioned. Everybody against the darts has had a
60.
ton plus checkout. The people with the darts have not. And the people against the darts who've won the matches have had more darts at double than their opponents. That's always a good sign.
100.
Did you notice what Jack did there with his first 3 darts? He went bull on dart 3. He got 25 till he 396. Now, why would you do that?
Enlighten me. Well, enlighten the viewer.
Well, you leave 396 after 3, and you think, well, why? If you get a 180
44.
and another one, you're on a 10 darter. Sulevic and Price are the two who have utilised that
100.
methodology more than anybody in the last 10 years. It's trying to get the even number into play sooner rather than later.
95.
I didn't know what it was all about for
Stephen,
years,
you
and then I
require
just
104.
thought, I'm going to go and ask someone. And I got the answer.
Game shot on
Well,
a third
Stephen
leg.
Johnson's got the
Stephen
answer there.
Johnston.
Brilliant 104 checkout to lead. I don't really see the value in it, Paul, to be honest. There's no difference between a 10 darter and a 12 darter. So.
Fourth flag. It's Jack to throw
Couldn't agree more.
first. Game on.
I must say this phrase at least 5 times a week. There's no difference between a 13 and a 15.
59.
Maybe leaving a double after 12 instead of, say, a 3 darter is more beneficial. But
85.
cross that bridge when you get to it. If you want to try and trim it down to 96 from 201, do it then. But it has got us talking.
Yeah, it has.
140.
And if I think the part in the analysis of if I hit a 180 and then another one, how often
60.
would that actually happen after they've done that? So rare.
Can't say that I've ever seen it. Having said that, Connor Scott yesterday at the British Pentathlon hit 4 in a row.
Yeah, that's remarkable.
80.
1001, wasn't it? 4 180s on the spin from Connor Scott.
21 data,
Wow.
apparently. That's quite something.
42.
What's the average for a 21 data in 1001? $143, exactly.
55.
Sure, we'll be seeing Scott again here at the Super Series. Lots of darts going on over the next week or two.
60.
Challenge tour right now. In fact, there's been a couple of 9 darters there,
167.
including in the last hour one by Christian Kist, who has played on this stage. There is
97.
Pro Tour stuff coming up next week, then Women's Series. All the while, the Super Series continues. Great lineup for next week as well, Paul.
Oh, absolutely.
60.
5 weekly
Jackie
winners
requires
going at it
70.
next week. And some of the biggest names next week are people who have not won a week. 88 for Jack.
Game shot on the
Lovely.
4 flag.
Looks
Jack Mayo.
sharper today than yesterday. I just wonder if he's the kind of person who would benefit from a full week.
5th flag. It's Stevens
The
to
2
throw
times
first.
he's been here, and I'm including
Game on.
this week in that. I think he is the kind of person who would really benefit from having
80.
the 2 group basis of A and C or B. Because he looks a different player today.
$85.
Stephen Johnston, I said it the other way around. I thought he would benefit from playing a 2-day group.
137.
After what he went through the last time, that was the best assumption I could come up with.
$59.
His 140 count in his previous match was 8.
96.
Middle of the 5th leg here, Johnston is on 2, playing a very different match. But don't take anything away from him.
97.
He's still playing some decent stuff here. This is a cut above what he was doing previously by about 6 or 7 points.
100.
It's been more steady and less spectacular.
Effective so far, but Mayall's not going to give Johnson any peace here.
100.
Could have done with the second treble.
Stephen, you require 88.
Bullseye.
63.
I think he had half a thought about
Jack, you require
staying
160.
on the 20s with his second dart. You could almost see the adjustment made on the fly there. And now it probably would have been the right thing just to lay up and leave a double. He's going to have to
140.
use a dart to get there now,
Stephen,
knowing
you
that Mayall will
require
have a full
25.
quota of 3 if he returns.
Game shot
That's
on the
big.
5th flag. Stephen
He keeps the
Johnston.
lead. And Jack is constantly being palmed off.
6th flag. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
By the way, if you haven't been to our social channels to see the Bullseye challenges for this week, you might want to check them out, because yesterday Stevie Johnston had a brilliant
100
Bullseye challenge.
Two.
Having a good time of it on the 180s in this match. That's the 3rd. But did you hear,
60.
Murph, about Justin Smith from last night? Did his Bullseye challenge and bossed it. My word. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag here, but Stevie Johnston was in record territory and he missed
41.
1 dart at the 25 and bull in the whole 60 seconds. Astonishing effort. If you think that's good,
140.
last night Justin Smith made that look pitiful.
Yeah, those videos will be released in due course, so keep an eye on the YouTube channel. Subscribe, make sure you don't miss anything.
45. $100.
What does Johnston do in here? I know this number is left an awful lot. If you stay straight and you get 3 tons or a ton 140 and a 60 like he just has, but this is where you've got to be intelligent in leaving the 2 darter from here.
100.
Yeah,
Jack, you require 135.
It's a question of what do elite players do and why. And if you don't, you have to ask yourself, why don't I do it?
You require 101.
It's just habit. It's got to change. However,
65.
he's missed a dart for the match now with double
Jack,
18.
you require 40. No score. Stephen, you require 36.
So this is for the match, and it's a big, big win if Johnston gets it. He does get it.
Shot and the match.
A 4-2 success for Stephen Johnston against Seat. Very impressive. Jack Mayle, it has to be said, he's played some really good stuff today. They've both ended in defeat, those performances, both of them by a 2-leg margin. It's Johnston, though, who's got designs on qualification, and he has now moved to the top of the table. That victory takes him to 10 points, with Martin Turner and Bradley Roose both on 8 behind him, and Roose is in action next against Michael Bergoin.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. On the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's
Harrison.
a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Super Series live from Portsmouth, where Andreas Harrison took the crown in Series 7. Now, this is the first week of Series 8, and the first player at the next Champions Week will be determined at the end of tomorrow night. Now, we'll inform you on how to get tickets during this game between Bergoin and Roose, who, of course, was at that Champions Week at the end of Series 7.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Now he wants to carry on his chances of getting there by making sure he's at finals night tomorrow. He's on 8 points, 2 behind the table topper, Stephen Johnston, but will move into the top 2 if he gets victory in this one.
And he's got unfinished business against Bergoin this week.
140.
whatever he does in this match, Bergoin will have beaten Roose more times than Roose has beaten Bergoin.
100.
But the stakes in this game are so different to any other time in the week because of the complexity of the Group C table as it stands right now.
97.
You may have seen in our highlights package at the start of the show just how devastated Bradley Roose was at losing to Bergoin yesterday. He was livid.
100.
But if you can channel that anger in a positive way in this contest and get a valued victory, he'll be in a qualifying spot
60.
possibly by the end of round number 2. It could depend on what Turner does against Adams next.
100.
But are we starting to see the Burger Boy and Jack Mail just causing problems for the people chasing the top 2 spots, but
93.
in the best possible way, trying to make them better at the same time? Because that's what I see happening here. Jack Mail's averaged over 90 for the day, and he hasn't
43.
won a game.
Bradley, you require
People
111.
are improving.
Oh, really good stuff from Bruce so far.
79.
Almost continues it with the
Michael,
111
you
combo.
require
Bergoin on
158.
158. And he'll have some confidence from his opening performance. He beat Martin Adams 4-1. That's unlucky.
98. Bradley, you require 32.
If you can be perfect in this department today, you won't go far
Game
wrong.
shot on the first
3
leg.
darts in
Bradley
hand.
Roose.
When you're on a double, like double 16, if you polish it off, it doesn't matter whether it's dart 1, 2, or 3.
Second leg. It's
Do
Michael
your job
to
like
throw
that.
First.
You will do an
Game
awful
on.
lot right. And 16 darters can take you far today.
100.
But if I may pay tribute to Bergoin in that 4-1 victory against Adams, he had 3 15 darters in that game.
Three
That-
combo finishes to complete them.
That's got to be his best
57.
performance of the week. I know he's had a better average in a game, but as far as an overall performance, that was the best he's played.
100.
The clincher to find out who's going to win this match could be the first person
43.
to get a ton plus checkout. Because the key to today has been the winners getting a ton plus checkout, the losers not.
78.
Whoever gets through, of course, will be in action tomorrow, Saturday night. Did tell you we would inform you about tickets. You can get them from dartshop.tv.
140.
And if you've got a smartphone handy, just scan that QR code. And it'll take you straight through to the ticket page. £2 the booking fee to be here on a
59.
Saturday night. You will have seen during our ad breaks what a great atmosphere it can be on a Saturday. If you're watching on your smartphone, then you'll have to just take note. Dartshop.tv, the website to
60.
secure yours.
Michael, you require 164.
That website also gives you the opportunity to go and see some rather good exhibitions, because if you can't make it to Portsmouth, maybe there's something a bit closer to you
44.
on that site.
Bit more than £2, but it will be worth every penny.
Yeah, good caveat.
World Seniors events also for sale there. If you want to see Phil
105.
Taylor on his retirement
Michael, you
tour.
require
Bradley Roose
120.
getting the Paul Nicholson table tap of appreciation alongside me.
Might get another one here.
80.
Oh, good attempt.
That's
Bradley,
because he
you
did
require
use the ball to leave a
96.
two-darter.
I'd like to say that Bradley wasn't born yesterday, but he is a spring chicken. Is he going double-double? There's one.
76.
a good attempt.
Michael, you require 40.
You see, if he was on a 3-darter, he wouldn't have had that luxury.
Game shot on the second leg.
No luxury in leg
Michael
2
Bergoin.
as it goes. As Bergoin is starting to show us what he can really do.
Third leg. It's Bradley to throw
Yeah, all
first.
square after
Game
2.
on.
Another decent duel at this early point.
99.
We haven't got a great deal of high-profile birthdays today, apart from Kirk Bevins, of course. One of the world's
96.
best train spotters. But It is the birthday of one of my old pals from New Zealand, Koa Kakiri. So happy birthday to Koa.
There we're going to look at the Bradley Roose swing.
93.
I assume you were talking about his dart throw, not the one that's in his back garden.
30.
I do like the positions of Bergoin's throw, but that follow through sometimes is just a bit feathery. And by that I mean he's not fully extending the arm. And that might have something to do with
99.
some discomfort he's had in that department here this week. More so on Wednesday than any other day.
140.
Maybe it's just his way. He doesn't like the full extension. He wants to just push it through the air and let the dart do the work.
It's not really a throw, is it? Bradley really throws his darts. Bergoin just seems to kind of let go,
100.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a push to a point where the arm just says, right, I've had enough.
65.
I think that's one of the reasons why
Bradley,
he
you
uses a
require
front-loaded barrel
110.
as well, so it carries easier. Is he going to stay on that one? Absolutely not. Double 18.
74.
Well, we've seen this
Michael, you
big
require
fish finish already today. In
170.
fact, it came by Bradley Roose. And it's not going to be hit against him. Not in this leg anyway.
42. Bradley, you require
Yeah,
36.
that 170 was his highlight of the week so far. And I emphasise so far.
Game shot on the
Because
third
he's now
leg.
starting
Bradley
to play
Roose.
properly.
Fourth
If he can
leg,
hover
it's
around
Michael
this
to throw
88
first.
average, which he's got in this
Game
game
on.
and from his previous one, he's not going to be far away. It's better than anything
40.
we saw from anybody yesterday. It's the kind of number that can cause problems for most people when they come here. I always say 87 and a
93.
half, 35% on doubles. That's a formula for success. Just look at the likes of Darius Labanauskas, Mike Warburton. They're the kind of players
80,
who
100.
always do that. Minimum. And that's for Andy Bolton. Don't get me started. He's a 90 average player all the time, every single day, if not better.
140.
Well, can Roose now put a little bit of distance, a little bit of daylight between
97.
himself and Bergoin? He's effectively taken the darts here, taken the throw.
Good thinking this. And look what he's left.
98.
It's all by design. There's a plan A there, there's a plan B and a plan C starting on 19s on 268. It's super smart.
58.
If he gets
Bradley
the treble
require
and the single, he can go
170.
25 to leave 167. He knows every single trick in the book.
105.
Yeah, good leg of darts. And one that could give him real control of the game.
140.
He'll be throwing for a 4-1
Bradley
win if he
requires
takes this
65.
out. Big moments incoming here. 1 point between them. Is there going to be 2 legs between them?
That was not the worst single in the world.
47.
It gave him options.
Michael, you require 66.
And now Bergoin goes for 66 to make things more complicated for Bradley.
26.
Again, another one where the wire's
Bradley, you
been
require 18.
bent. Big moment. Decision to be made. Most players do tend to go straight for these.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Roose
Bradley
is
Roose.
no exception.
Fifth
I'm sure it comes
flag,
as
it's
no
Bradley to throw
surprise
first.
that a
Game
great
on.
deal of superior Super Series talent are doing well at the Challenge Tour and Challenge Tour 11 right now, because
100.
the semi-finalists are going to be Rhys Colley, someone who's been in a Champions Week in the last couple of series, Christian Kist, who's had some decent times here, and Cam Crabtree,
45.
the runner-up in the previous series. They're all in the semi-finals with Mikhail Buckner, who has taken out Connor Scott in the quarters. But
60.
even before that, some other Super Series regulars from this year have had good days. Bradley Brooks lost in the quarters, as did Jimmy Van Schie, who
60.
I think plays more darts than anybody at the minute.
Yeah, he's here, there, and everywhere, isn't he? To be honest, we're quite learned darts nuts, and he was one of the players that I hadn't really heard of before he rocked up here at the Super Series.
97.
But certainly has used the success he had here to ride a wave of confidence, and
100.
he's making the most of it, isn't he?
He's racking up titles. He won in Switzerland last week. He's already won in Romania.
60.
Just goes to show there's another level to Dutch darts behind the Van Gerwens, the Nopperts, the Dirks. And then
85.
behind the Roos and the Kists. There's more. This is 6 darts from here to get what could be an invaluable 2 additional points. If he wins 4-1, he will go to 10
94.
points with Stephen Johnston, and he can take his leg difference to +9, which would get him top with one more match in this
99.
round.
Bradley, you require 90.
Well, that is interesting. It means he needs a couple in the double.
72.
Now, where have we seen that before?
Michael, you require 112.
Oh, that's right. A certain 3-time champion of the world called Michael Van Gerwen. He does that.
Could go elsewhere here, but he's not going to.
That infuriates good counters when people do that.
72.
Should really have gone
Bradley, you
54-38
require
for that.
18.
Additional 92 points. Oh, look, it's 99 again.
Straight for it again.
Game
In
shot.
it again.
And the match.
And he wins
Bradley
again.
Roose.
Bradley Roose, a 4-1 success over Michael Bergoin, who played well in his first match, not quite at it as much in his second, but Roose is really enjoying this recovery he's had this week. He makes it back-to-back wins on the second day of action in Group C, one that could take him through to finals night once again. And with that victory, he has just gone joint top of the table alongside Stephen Johnston. Now Martin Turner looking to return to that position where he started the day. To do it, he'll have to beat Martin Adams.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God!
Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the two Martins are about to meet, Turner and Adams, and well, it's a big game for both in terms of the table. As you can see, Martin Turner has started the day top of it, wants to win to return there, just to go level on points with Bradley Roose and Stephen Johnston, who are unbeaten in their first two. But Martin Adams, well, he really must win now, just to keep clinging to the coattails of those that are trying to make it through to finals night. The top two, remember, do make it through to Saturday. So Adams, with defeat here, will find himself 4 points adrift of three players with only 6 points left to play for. For me, Paul, I don't know about you, but if he loses this, I think we can reduce the race to 3.
Could well be the case, because we're running out of time. And by the time it's 5 o'clock...
First leg, it's Martin Turner to throw first. Game on.
He wants to be in the race. He doesn't want to be having libations somewhere else, as per the shirt.
60.
But an early blow for Turner. When he lost to Johnston, he was never in front in that game. But Wolf, he's got to play better in this one if he stands a chance.
140.
What's the best result for the top two? It's probably Adams winning, isn't it?
Yeah, it brings another player into the race, but it
60.
puts it completely in their hands, doesn't it? The side note, of course, is the top two do play each other in the last match of the day.
Might even all be done by then. I suppose they're hoping that is the case.
140.
It may even be a shootout by the time we get there. All sorts of complexities between now and about 5 o'clock.
For me, it's Bradley Roose is the one who's got to watch. His remaining games are against Adams, Turner and Johnston. It's in his hands right now, but defeat to any of those will change that.
He's got rid of Mail and he's got rid of Bergoin from the bottom two.
100.
Now he's going to be tested, but he's got 2 wins under his belt. His confidence is up and he's sharp. He's going to be hard to stop.
58. Martin, you require
This is an encouraging beginning here for
121.
Martin Adams.
He's got this game in him, hasn't he? He'll go for the ball. No requirement to do so,
96.
but always goes for his shots.
Must move.
59.
Still got his
Martin,
wits
you
about him.
require
He's
25.
shaving the wires on the wrong side. Adams looking for that immediate break. How much of that can he see?
9.
Not enough as it goes.
Martin, you require 164.
Watch out. Bullseye. Oh,
Game shot on the
what?
first leg. Martin
Oh,
Turner.
my God. Where did that come from?
Second leg, it's Martin Adams.
He was
to throw
never
first.
really in the leg.
Game
And
on.
wallop. That's his second massive checkout of the last 24 hours. That could change everything.
A nice respectful applause from Adams, despite the sucker punch that he just suffered. Stunning 164 checkout for Martin
59.
Turner to really get his day going.
Everybody needs something to wake them up in the morning or the afternoon.
45.
Cup of coffee, cup of green tea, ginger shot. How about a 164 checkout? That would wake anybody up.
I remember we mentioned earlier in the week when we were discussing
100.
Group A, I think it was after Tuesday's session, and it was about whether or not Martin Adams had to be in Group B to qualify.
45.
He had that woeful Wednesday, didn't he? Losing all his matches, losing that place, that third place to Revelino Dubois. And I think we're now seeing that Group C is just going to be a little bit too difficult for him.
182.
Would you like to stick with that statement, or do you want to
100.
somewhat revise a little bit later?
Well, look, he played well enough in the first leg and he still lost it.
Good point. Do yourself a favour, when you get a shot, take it. Don't give Martin a chance on a biggie. We've seen some biggies in this group.
81.
164, 170, 150. What else is in the locker?
85. Martin, you require 81.
What's he going to do here? 226 for Turner. 62 left. Is it 12 bull? He's going to stick with it.
56.
Again, leaves him in that sort of issue. We could get a repeat of the previous leg here.
97.
It's not going to be
Martin,
as
you
difficult a
require
finish for Turner, but it's
25.
going to be difficult if he gets a go.
Anybody got a case of deja vu here?
Game shot on
Nope.
the second leg. Martin Adams.
Use the dart to deflect in to the double to square up this match, and he deserves to be at least square.
Third leg. It's Martin Turner to throw first.
It's a very loose term,
Game
deserves in darts. Some people don't get what they deserve. But I want to ask you a question, Murph.
100.
You get our 180
180
from Turner. How good are you on your Martins? How many Martins from darts can you name by the end of this leg?
Do I have to do this now?
55.
Well, there's two here. Martin Adams and Martin Turner.
Good start.
Martin Phillips. Martin Schindler. You said in dart, so I'll go for
85.
Martin Fitzmaurice.
That's 5.
Martine. Do we go for Martine?
I'll give you it. I'll allow it.
Clearmacher. Dract. Martin Lukeman.
8.
108.
Leg's only halfway through. Look at this guy go.
Come on. More 180s, please. I'm starting to struggle now.
81.
If you get to 10, I've got your next coffee.
Oh, scratching around at the basement of my brains now.
132.
Martin Heenahan.
Martin, you require 155.
That is a pull from the left. That's 9. You're running out of time for that coffee. One more.
85. Martin, you
Come on, you can
require
do it.
134.
But can Martin Adams take 134?
How about this one? A development tour player. Does it count? Charlie Martin.
It does count.
Thank
Coffee's
you.
on me. That's a good effort, that. 10 in about 90 seconds.
94.
Play that game at home.
Martin,
different
you
names.
require 70.
It's a good one.
But you could do Adams in the next leg, but we won't. We'll leave that to you. And that leg
Game
is
shot
coming
on the
now
third
because
leg.
Martin,
Turner.
with a white, gets it in.
Fourth leg.
Good
It's
quality
Martin
match,
Adams
this.
to throw first. Game on.
Adams is averaging over 96 and losing. This is what happens on Fridays. People get crazy. It's a bit like draft day.
81.
They get desperate. They really want to be part of Saturday, and they go into battle mode.
60.
Or should we say tournament mode?
You can see the standard there. Adams with a 10-point advantage in the averages, but behind in the match.
$100.
Just one more on the Martins thing from the last leg, by the way. You could have gone for Martin Atkins.
Which
Both
one?
of them.
Yeah, that would have been 2-pointer, wouldn't it?
60.
I suppose the best Martin in the world at the minute has got to be Schindler. He's going to be one heck of a captain at the PDC World Cup in a couple of weeks.
100.
Yeah, playing really well. Really well at the moment.
I'm sure Turner knows Atkins.
62.
Brackets Leeds. Don't see much of him these days. But Atkins, brackets Wigan, has been an England international in the last couple of years. Very good player.
140.
So 80 for Adams.
41. Martin, you require 80.
You could do with this, just to keep things tidy.
This will be nice and high.
40.
You can separate the top three in the table, which does include Turner, by 3 legs.
44. Martin, you require 40.
At this stage. Wolfie needs to do some work on the points and the leg difference. It's not desperate yet.
Game shot on the
But
fourth
it could
leg.
get that
Martin
way if he
Adams.
loses this match. Even a win by 4 legs to 3, and he's still
Fifth leg.
chasing
It's
the
Martin
top
Turner
3
to
in that
throw
regard.
first. Game on.
And he would still be 2 points behind. The likes of Johnston and Roose.
95.
Which game do you think is going to be the most important of the day at this stage? Which one is jumping off the page?
Still looking at the last match. I just think we might be in that position where Roose and Johnston go into that last match in the top 2, but defeat for one of them would see them drop out of it. We've seen that happen before.
That's the old Lee Budgeon trick.
Where a player is in third position,
140.
but knows they're going to be in the top 2 because one of the top 2 is going to lose. And that could be one of these players that is the beneficiary of that. They need to get their work done.
So with that in mind, Martin Turner's got the penultimate
41.
game against Bergoin. We know he's out. So if he can get a result then and get some results between now and then,
108.
he could be through with a game to go.
If he gets this 1-1, he will be on 10.
Seriously.
140.
What a great scoring
Martin,
game this
you
is.
require 86.
5 180s and 6 140s in total. But a missed single doesn't do him any favours at this stage.
70.
It's time for Wolfie to find
Martin,
a
you
haymaker
require
of his own.
140. $60. Martin, you require 16.
2 8s.
Game shot
And
on
he's
the
got
fifth
exactly
leg.
what he wanted.
Martin Turner.
Martin Adams is smiling right now with a little bit of a chuckle, but inside he'll be writhing at the fact
Sixth leg. It's
that he
Martin
needs
Adams
to win the
throw
last 2
first.
legs to get a vital
Game
win.
on.
And his first in the first 2 rounds here on Friday. It could be another early exit for Wolfie.
Well, he'll feel like he's been the better player in the game, and the stats generally back him up. An average difference of 14
100.
points in his favour. He's had more tons, more 140s and more 180s. But the only stat that really counts is the
41.
doubling. And he's 2 out of 9 compared to 3 out of 6 for Turner.
Yeah, this kind of gulf in averages, it's best not to see it. It'll just frustrate you.
Yeah, the screen that they see, by the way, to the side of them only shows the
135.
scores for the match in each leg. You can see that to the left of your screen there. There are some scoring systems where the
46.
averages will be constantly shown, but that is the simple setup that the players see, and it's, as you say, often knowing the average is a distraction, isn't it?
And if it's good or bad or somewhere in between, it is a distraction.
83.
If you were to poll 100 dart players as to whether they'd like to see them on a screen like that, I think 95% of them would say, I don't want to see it. Well, that's what we do want to see. That's a 6th maximum of this match. They've got 3 each now. This is one of those finishes,
100.
and I mean a 6-dot finish, where you can get really creative to leave 170 at worst. He's not going to bother. Doesn't need to. It's another one.
108.
He now overtakes the 180 column
83.
with those back-to-back, just bolstering his own credentials to win this game. And Adams may only get a go. Well, I was going to say at the bullseye. He's got better than that. Double 9. So
65.
close yet so far.
Martin, you require 54.
Martin has turned the screw in this game. Does he hit tops?
Game shot.
That is a
And the
wonderful
match,
performance
Martin
in the last
Turner.
couple of legs. 4 180s, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. The average is almost meaningless because he protected his really good position in that match from the off. And Adams with the average of 10 points more. There you go. Darts is befuddling and averages can lie. One of the many phrases that we have here in the Modus Super Series. But the 164, huge highlight for Turner as he goes to top of the table. Well, it's by the finest of margins. We'll come back after the break and explain why. Martin Turner with that wonderful performance in a game that included 7 180s. There you can see it, 4-2 to Turner, as we've had a complete flip around from round 1 to round 2. Everything against the darts in the Premier round here on Friday, and then round 2 sees everything go the other way. So, that's what you can see, and interestingly, look at the top. Same legs won, same leg difference, same points for the top 2, but don't discount Stevie Johnston. But he's involved in another close battle to see who qualifies for a Saturday night here in week 1. This is something that this guy is just used to. It's another Royal Rumble to see if he can make that first Saturday. But this would be a really good start to round 3, wouldn't it, if he takes out the Burger Boy? Got to get hungry.
Absolutely, and I think Martin Adams is now hoping for favours after losing that previous match. We saw he was 4 points adrift there. If Johnston and Turner both win, he's 6 behind them with just 6 to play for. I think that's him done. If they both lose, he then plays Bradley Roose and can beat him, and suddenly it's back to 2 points. It's game on again. So this middle round of fixtures is going to be really significant as to knowing whether there are going to be 3 or 4 in that race.
I think what Adams has shown us today is how to lose dart matches 2 different ways. Lose with a 73 and lose with a 96. I mean, talk about strange, but you do run the risk. If you miss your doubles, you don't take your chances.
57.
Johnston today has been taking his chances. He had plenty in his first game. He had 21 darts at a double and hit 4 of them, but it was a lot more polished
100.
against Jack Mail. High 80s average and 4 out of 10. That kind of performance against Bergoin will give him an excellent chance of getting another victory.
$60.
Well, he'll know that, and with every match, that little bit of
85.
weight of expectation and pressure will increase. Can become
58.
Tense in the arm and really over try, and that's what he wants to avoid doing.
100.
We saw the last time he was here, there was a couple of moments where he hit big finishes and just gave it large, and he really celebrated as if that's the moment. And then he gave his opponents
85.
the ammunition to hit back.
Even you require 164.
I'd be very interested to see what he does. So say if he took out something like this, what would the reaction have been like?
138. Michael, you require 105.
The maths ain't quite right there either.
How's this? Double top.
65. Stephen, you require 26.
Well, you left it.
Game shot on the
Okay,
first
fair
leg.
enough.
Stephen Johnston.
Leaves what he wants, hits what he wants. 1-0 to
Second
Johnston
leg,
against
it's
the
Stephen
throw
to
as
throw
well.
first.
Burger Boy
Game
broken immediately.
I think one of our members of staff here at the Modus Super Series has got a chant that's
30.
quite similar to that. He sells what he wants. Have you heard about this?
Not sure I have.
I'll tell you off the air. It's quite funny.
59.
There's nothing funny about this table, though. Can you imagine how Stevie would feel if he loses out again by a fine margin?
140.
He would be inconsolable. And this is what it looks like right now after a 1-0 scoreline in this match. He's got a 2-point buffer because he's in front in this match. Look how close it is.
Well, Turner and Roose are the same on everything, as you
85.
mentioned, but do have to play each other, so that will change, although depending on the other results, it could end up back at that. And of course, they would be separated by their results against each
96.
other. Bradley Roose won their match yesterday, so therefore he would have that slight advantage. However, that victory
99.
was only 4-3, so Turner beats him better than he takes that advantage.
145.
If Michael
Stephen, you
Bergoin had
require
played the way he has
147.
today, the rest of the week, he would have, I think, doubled his points total.
100. Michael, you require 61.
Gets a chance to break back. That's okay. It leaves tops.
41. Stephen, you require 47.
You've got to applaud Johnston, though. Every time that Bergoin has missed, he's been ready to swoop.
27.
Not right now, though.
Michael, you require 20.
Just got to open the angle a little bit. Not too much, though. Very
Game
well
shot on the
measured.
second
Great
leg,
dart.
Michael Bergoin.
Because if you go too far and you open it too much, the shot becomes too long and too narrow.
Third leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
I don't know if you caught that dart last night from Justin Smith when he hit double 10. He was almost touching the right-hand side of the stage. The dart went in. I'm not over-embellishing this. It was almost a 90-degree angle compared to the other two darts.
60.
Without question, dart of the week.
Or maybe we should bring that in as a new feature. We used to do checkout of the week. What about just dart of the week?
Yeah.
21.
Or dart of the series.
What was your favourite dart of the previous series? Anything stick out?
Probably the series winning dart, to be honest.
140.
Well, how many series have been won on the bull? I think that's the first, isn't it?
Yeah, and to do it when his opponent had just hit a 171 to leave a double.
Well, if we go... Ooh, hello.
92.
He's got the 12 points. If we go through the series, see if we can rack our brains to see where the series have been won. Conan won on double 16.
140.
Raymond Smith won on double 8. Where did Littler win his first one?
58. Stephen, you
Because
require
the second one was double 5.
161.
We'll come back to that.
I think it was double 9. I think he could have got the ball, but went treble 16. Double. I think it was double 9.
We know where Johnston's going.
108.
He's going to double 18 under pressure.
36.
He's got double 9. And he's got it.
Shot on a third leg. Stephen Johnston.
That was a big time shot. It was close to double 14, but that beautiful steel wire has just given him the separation he needed from the green and the red. Jim McEwen was probably
100.
tops, wasn't it?
You would think so.
Yeah, Harrison, the first person to win a series on the bull. And there's only been one person who's won a PDC World Championship on the bull.
140.
So they have that in common. Michael Van Gerwen and Andreas Harrison, albeit slightly different amounts of facial hair.
140.
Bergoin with the shackles off is playing some very decent stuff here, even though he's behind.
100.
Double 14, I'm told. Series 3 victory.
91.
The voices in
Stephen,
my
you
head
require
say so. I think it was
161.
the producer.
51. Michael, you require 170.
For another one today? Not on this occasion. Roose will remain as the only
60.
170
Stephen, you
checkout
require
master at this
110.
point. But they've both got the same. For different results, though. It's tops.
Against Turner, 4-2 win against
60.
Mail. Might be improving on that here, but would expect to get at least a 4-2 win. And it's just avoiding the kind of drama that he had last time he was here. In both groups, by the way.
60.
I can't foresee a scenario where he's not in drama by the end of the day. I think it just follows him.
97.
Avoiding last leg deciders so far. Is he going to avoid a last match decider? Remember, he plays Bradley Roose in his final game, the final game of the group.
58.
Bergoin is not going away, though.
60. Michael, you require 160.
And he's got a couple of goes at this with Johnston not on a finish.
$44.
This leg is not over. I know that Bergoin has taken a 116 today to beat Martin Adams in game number 3.
Michael, you require
But if he misses it, he runs the risk of losing this game. Oh, that's really unfortunate. But he has had a few darts like that this week.
40. Stephen, you require 84.
Big pull.
Game shot.
Good
and the
recovery,
match,
another good
Stephen
win.
Johnston.
And Stephen Johnston really is asserting himself in this group today. He's determined to put right the wrongs of his last visit and make it through to finals night on Saturday. A 4-1 success, 90.91 the average, 110 the high checkout in that one. He was 4 out of 10 on the doubles as well. Tidy stuff from Johnston, who with that win catapults himself to the top of the table. 12 points for him, 10 apiece for Turner and Roose, who can't be separated. It does now look like it will be between those three players, and Turner is back in action next. He takes on the basement boy, Jack Mayle. The action continues here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Yeah, they're just looking for the referee, I think. He's not behind there. Martin Turner and Jack Mayle. Turner looking to join Stephen Johnston on 12 points after that victory for Johnston. Jack Mayle is not to be underestimated, Paul. He might be bottom on one win, but on what we've seen today, he could really give Turner a game.
He really could. Averaged 94.6 in a 4-2 loss to Bradley Roose at the start of play today. And then averaged 87.59 in a 4-2 loss to Johnston. He's played some very effective stuff without getting much joy. But if he's going to be one of those pace setters that you see on the athletics track, he could be going off at a good pace. And at 1 point today, or possibly 2 points, he might snag points away from people who harbour very big ambitions of being on the plane.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
It's an overused phrase at the minute, being on the plane, because obviously you're not going to get a plane back to the Live Lounge tomorrow.
96.
But if Turner can reproduce what he was doing against Wolfie,
43.
that may just be the formula that gets him to 12 points and to the top of the table. Things are so tight. at the top right now,
96.
you just can't take your eyes off it. It does look bad for Wolfie. We know that Mail is gone. We know that Bergoin's gone.
135.
But if this doesn't get Turner's attention, nothing will.
$57.
It's a strange old scenario when you know you can't affect what you do tomorrow. You're already going back to
26.
Newcastle tomorrow. You can just play. But you can sense how your opponent is feeling because they know that this result is monstrous for them.
100.
I once played a game at Q-School against Brian de Hoog of the Netherlands. I already had my tour card based on
85.
points.
Jack,
In
you
the final
require
game, he needed to beat me.
152.
And I felt the pressure on him. And I took full advantage of it.
Do you think there ever is just playing when you think that people, even if they're out, they obviously want to give us the best
80.
account of themselves, but also to make the selectors think about maybe inviting again?
I think it depends on the individual.
134.
Some
Jack,
people
you
think about
require
that stuff, some people
72.
don't. And what we do know here is that Mail is doing decent stuff again.
52. Martin, you require 78.
Can he find tops?
Game shot
He
on the
finds
first leg.
what
Martin
Jack couldn't.
Turner.
And you can sense at the back of the stage that Mail knows that everybody's turning up against him today.
Second
Even when he's
leg,
playing
it's
decent
Martin to throw
stuff,
first.
his opponents are finding
Game
just a
on.
little bit more.
59.
We had a discussion yesterday about best players from Newcastle. And I set the record straight about the fact that Rids and Dobie are not from Newcastle. They just support
97.
Newcastle United. They're actually Northumbrian. And I paid homage to my old pal Mac Murphy, who was
96.
one of the best players from Newcastle I've ever seen. Ryan Joyce is without a doubt the best player in Newcastle at the minute, but I want to use this vehicle just to pay tribute to one more person, if I may.
140.
Someone who I have idolised my entire adult life. And someone who still plays decent darts now.
140.
He's from the outskirts of Newcastle, called Davy Gradwell. What an astonishingly good player who never really took that next step. And we'll never know.
100.
But in my own mind, he would have been an amazing pro.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's just
58.
open that to the
Jack, you
chat. I know a
require
lot of the people in
164.
our YouTube chat are avid darts fans, all from different areas of not just the country but the world. Who is the one that could have made it from where you're from?
28. Martin, you require 148.
You never know, they might still. Martin Adams is still playing at the age of 68.
$96.
He's just picking
Jack,
Jack
you
apart
require
at the minute.
136.
It feels like he's slowly cooking him. And winning little battles and adding them up into what could be a vital
55.
middle of the day
Martin, you require
victory.
52. Game shot on a second
Nicely
leg.
done.
Martin
Nicely
Turner.
done by Martin Turner. Just doing enough, isn't he? Most of the time.
Showing versatility
Third
as well.
leg. It's Jack to throw
He's
first.
had some good times on 16s over the last couple of days. He's just hit 18s. He's been good on tops. He's not one of those game plan players that constantly leaves the same thing over and
140.
over and over again. He's got skills all around the board.
Still in the chat asking when the last
60.
time hit a 9 darter at the Super Series was. If memory serves me right, it was Jared Cole, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
The only one this year.
Correct.
And we've had one in 6 months. We had about 6 in the previous 6
85.
months.
If you're curious about what's happening at the Challenge Tour, we touched on that about an hour ago.
100.
The final is being played as we speak between Christian Kist and Mikael Unterbuchner. Rhys Colley and Cam Crabtree lost in the semi-finals by Very different margins. Crabtree lost 5-0 to Kist.
135.
Hunter Buckner took out Colley 5-4 in a very tight encounter. But in the final, Kist is 4-1 up.
43. Jack, you
Martin
require
Turner would take that result right now.
141.
Yeah, he would with Mail on 141. You'd expect this to be the one.
$105.
The game is there, isn't it? I think we just need to keep an eye on Jack over the next couple of years.
96.
That
Jack, you
gradual
require
increase in
36.
output continues over the course of his 23rd and 24th
shot
years
on
on the
third
planet,
leg,
because
Jack Mail.
it's definitely there. And that's a 13-darter just proving what he can do.
Fourth flag.
I know
It's
that
Martin
you're-
to throw first. Game on.
Sort of well informed on these darts players, so you might know a few of these that have been mentioned. Alex says
140.
in his city of York, Chris Thompson should have done a
Tomo?
lot better than he did.
Absolutely, Tomo. Good friend of Martin's.
Now there's one here that says for Scarborough, Graham Usher, but the comment comes from a
96.
certain Joe Usher. So I think there might be a little bit of bias there. Of course, Usher is on the professional tour at the moment. Hasn't really performed as well as I thought he would actually with the tour card. But he also mentions to watch out for a couple of Scarborough slingers in Sam Spivey and Oliver Mitchell.
I've heard of Spivey. Always got to keep your ear to the floor
100.
for the next talent. We knew about Littler for years before he popped. You got to read up on these things. You got to keep yourself
90.
abreast of the information with the right channels on social media and speak to people as well. When these people come to play here, who's doing well in your
58.
neck of the woods?
Martin, you require 91.
I'll tell you what, there's a young kid from Northumberland at the minute by the name of Branley. You want to watch out for him. And young Daniel Stevenson as well. Son of
69.
another Stevenson who's played at the PDC World Championship. Turner's going to employ a bit more board flexibility here by looking at double 11.
134.
Here he goes then.
Martin, you require 22.
He should be able to use that.
Game
And he
shot on the
has
fourth flag.
Deflected
Martin
in.
Turner.
He kind of laid down a double-barreled marker and managed to force it past it. But it's a 3-1
Fifth flag. It's Jack to throw
lead now, and
first.
if he keeps
Game
that
on.
margin, he will move top of the table. Martin Turner.
He's looking good to get his number one position back.
95.
This is the middle game. It's Roose and Adams that have the game in hand.
95.
And they play next. Play each other. Well, someone's saying Jamie Lewis. I'm not sure you can say
100.
underperformed a player who got to the World Championship semi-finals. Kirk Shepherd should have done better, although runner-up in the world is not too shabby. Yeah, I think I'm talking about those players that
55.
never really got to prominence, that we never really saw on the major stages. Chris Quantock is another name from York.
He's had a tour card. I'm talking about players that haven't even had that. Local heroes. When you walk into their home venue, you think, oh, I know how good they are.
Well, speaking of recent finds
60.
at the Super Series, Emmett has said he demands the return of Andy Davidson. All I can say is watch his space.
He was a find. I still think he looks like Corey Feldman from
121.
Lost Boys, by the way. What a find. The Week 11 winner from the previous series.
97.
86
Jack, you
here for
require
Jack Mail
86.
to close the gap and keep this game going. Treble 20. Well, I'm assuming it was treble 12 and not a really bad dart at treble 20.
46.
I think you'd assume correctly. Has he left himself with too much to do, I wonder?
94.
That's a really good pick off there, because
Jack,
there
you
was an
require
argument for the
40.
bull on that last dart. Straight down its neck, lad.
Game shot
Just
on the
like
fifth
that.
flag. Jack Mail.
And Auf Wiedersehen, pet to leg 5.
Ab says Simon Whitlock will always be the favourite from my
Sick
area.
flag. It's
Don't
Martin
think
to
some
throw
people are
first.
understanding the assignment.
Game
Paul.
on.
It's like you've given them physics homework and you're getting chemistry back.
100.
Local players to you that have never done anything but could have. It's quite simple. I'll go on about Chris Dobie's dad, Gordon.
83.
Astonishingly good. There have got to be tens of players in Yorkshire who've got that
140.
reputation because it's the biggest county in the country.
There's a guy you probably know him called Brian Hallis that's always up there in the local area rankings, but has never really progressed on the
58.
bigger scale.
Well, let me take a leaf out of the chat's ideas because I have an idea about a Welsh player who has made a world
55.
final but decided to walk away from the game at a very early stage when he could have been as good, if not better than, say, a Mark Webster or a Richie Burnett. And that's Richie Davies. You ask anybody, if you had a chat with Martin Adams right now about Richie Davies, you'd say, oh my God, he's good.
Well,
94.
staying with the Welsh theme, someone has made the shout on here of Kurt Parry, and I don't think that's a bad shout.
That's a good shout. We may see a lot from Kurt. He's got talent.
We may see a lot from Martin Turner this week.
140.
He may be heading towards finals
Martin,
night.
112.
A return to the top of the table if he cleans up 112.
94.
Not this time.
Jackie require 120.
He's been in front the whole way, has Turner. Is he still in front? Well, considering
60.
the fact
Martin,
that
you
Mail in
require
this game is
18.
averaging over 91 and he might lose again, it's just not his day.
Game shot. And the match.
And it's not his game either
Martin
because Turner has turned the screw and he wins again to get his second win from 3 games today, and he's still in charge of his own destiny because he goes top of the table on leg difference over Stevie Johnston. It's now up to Bradley Roose and Martin Adams to duke it out, and it could be Bradley Roose that knocks Wolfie out of contention for Saturday night. But again, Jack Mail averages over 91, doesn't get the win. However, Martin Turner will relish the fact that he's just got 2 more points. We'll be back with that game of Adams and Roose after this. Welcome back to the action. And we have one more game for you in round number 3. The gauntlet has been laid down by Martin Turner and Stevie Johnston in the last couple of matches. They've won against the throw, and that's exactly what Roose needs to do as well to keep the pace. And if he does beat Martin Adams here, he's gone. He's not going to make Saturday. And for all of the Wolfie fans, they will feel disappointment. But Roose has got to keep pace with the top 2, because if he does lose to the man in that shirt, he's going to need favours in the final 2 rounds of play. Isn't that right, Chris Murphy?
Absolutely is. And as you sort of alluded to earlier, by 5 o'clock, Martin Adams could be out of the race. But Roose now really, he sort of starts his mini race, doesn't he? He's now battling with the players around him. He's had the fixtures in the order you would want them, really, starting with the bottom of the table and working his way up. And he's at least going to go into the final couple of games with it in his hands in some way. If he wins this, he'll be level on points, 12 apiece between him, Johnston and
95.
Turner.
Yeah, it's turning into a game of Super Mario here for Bradley. He's usurped the first couple of levels. Now things are getting more difficult.
60.
But imagine being the person that sends Wolfie out of the week in his 23rd game. But is there one final sting left
140
from the man in that shirt? Let's face facts. Bradley has been impressive today. Averages of 89
100.
and 87 with very consistent doubling. 4 out of 11 and 4 out of 10. That's the kind of range that will do damage.
58.
Talking about players in the chat who are from a certain area and maybe haven't lived up to the expectation. Who do you see this week? We've got the likes of Bradley Roose here, a World Boys
60.
champion. Tom Sykes have really emerged in recent times. Who do you think out of this week is the most likely to go on and have a really good professional career?
Sykes. All the ingredients are there. The hunger, the backing,
60.
the work ethic, and the talent. And his temperament's pretty good as well. And what I like about Tom is that he's not the finished article yet, and he's still got that massive ceiling.
100.
Do I think he's got exactly the right equipment? I don't. I think there's another level to find of stability when he starts at the board. If he finds that, he can find that 115 level.
100.
Yeah, another emerging Yorkshire talent. Be good to see one reach the upper echelons of the game. Joe Cullen's kind of been flying that flag for a while now. And of course, you may have seen on social media that Cullen was here at the Live Lounge, him and his good mate Johnny Clayton. They played Mr. and Mrs. for us, and that video is available on our YouTube channel.
Game shot on the first leg, Martin Adams.
Mr. and Mrs. and Martin doesn't miss. In fact, he masters that checkout.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Now, congratulations to Christian Kist, who has won the first Challenge Tour event of the weekend, beating Mikhail Hunter Buckner in the final. Not his first title as well.
121.
I'm sure we'll get a little bit of Kist before the end of the year here, because the 2012 Lakeside champion has got himself another title today, so congratulations to Lipstick.
55.
I'm sure Bradley doesn't know anything about that. But small things like that can motivate these players. If they're close to somebody and you see them doing well, it can inspire you to do a little bit more yourself. I've said out loud before that 55. At the 2007 Grand Slam of Darts, I was inspired by Kevin McDine. When he made the semi-finals, I thought, that's an amazing achievement. That got me on the practice board a bit more. Within 4 weeks, I'd won my first Australian ranking tournament.
Just having a look at the rankings for the Challenge Tour after that Kist win, it moves him up to 11th. I'm looking at the top 10, and I believe that we have got all of them coming up in this series.
85.
I won't read the list. I'll let you go and do the research yourself. But Certainly those top players. I'm also looking down the list to see if any names jump out for the conversation we were having about sort of local heroes as well.
140.
Peter Jakes might be one for Yorkshire.
Yeah, he made a place championship final on debut. What a weird day that was. That was in Barnsley. Ended up losing 2.
Simon Whitlock.
100.
Alan Norris.
Bradley require 40.
Darren Johnston, wasn't it, Simon Whitlock beat when he reached the final?
That's right.
I'm getting him Yorkshiremen mixed up.
Game shot on a
Bradley
second
Roose
leg. Bradley
finding
Roose.
top at board.
You don't break that out too often, Murph, but
Third
I kind
leg.
of like
It's
it.
Martin
Reminds
to
me of
throw
Fred
first.
Truman from the
Game
70s at the indoor league. I remember it was Lauren Laverne when she was working for the BBC.
80.
And she upset the apple cart by having a local accent on Radio 4. Nothing wrong with having an accent in broadcasting, is there? He's looked very comfortable today, which is really good for Bradley's chances of not only making Saturday, but possibly getting a second weekly title and a 4th final.
We have got someone in the chat with the name Revy, and I can only assume it is Revelino Dubois who's playing tonight. All of the conversation is in Dutch, so I'm assuming it's support for his pal Bradley Roose. But you mentioned, I heard on comms last night, how difficult it might have been for Revelino without Bradley. I wonder if he's had a sense of that responsibility this week, Bradley, and is actually able to just concentrate fully on himself, and it might have had the other effect.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it, and I think that's quite realistic. We've seen it in the past where two people who know each other really well will share the first 3 days of the week, but if they're split up, things can get very interesting. Depends on who it is and what kind of level of experience you have.
Did you have a fellow darts player? Obviously, in Pro Tours, everybody's 44. In the room, but like at a TV event, you were just a little bit happier if they were in the same practice room on the same session.
Yeah, Robert Thornton, every time. If he was there, I was very happy. I was even happy when I was playing him.
140. Martin,
we wouldn't practice together, but
142.
It was just a silent respect between the two of us.
Adams not taking out the 142. Of course, the man that Thornton beat in his first World Seniors Championship final.
85. Bradley require 110.
So 110 for Roose to get a breaker throw here. This could be a big moment for the young Dutchman. And he gets a go at double 16.
Game shot on a third
that's a
leg.
fantastic
Bradley
finish
Roose.
from Bradley Roose. Floors Martin Adams and puts this game in the palm of his hand.
First time today that when something like that has happened, Wolfie's gone for a drink. He hasn't clapped the shot. I think he's starting to see the writing on the wall that he may not be here on Saturday night. That leg difference is looking very desperate now.
83.
It's past the point of 10 legs difference between himself and the rest. And that can't be bridged in any fixture.
He's played excellent stuff today, Bradley Roose. He's averaging in this match 96.
60.
He's upped his level totally.
I think sometimes we can get carried away as well with people who play and win the World Championship Boys title. Because sometimes people who win that title, they do it with modest averages. But since then, he has improved as a player.
And you know what? He's not a player that's done it with that same fanfare as some of the sort of prodigious talents that people have gone, oh, he's going to be the next MVG or the next Phil Taylor. I think Leighton Bennett carried that tag, didn't he, when he was doing really well? I think in Dutch darts, Justin van der Houw really
64.
Had that pressure piled on him. And okay, Bennett's now on the professional tour, but he had a real dip, didn't he, for a few years? And van der Houw really rarely seen.
81.
I do wonder if he'll ever come back into view. But someone like Roose, who has won that title and meandered through the challenges of the last couple of years very well.
58.
He may just be a slow burner in making it towards the top. But what he has shown this week is a fighting spirit that you can't buy.
60.
He's had some bad moments
Bradley
this week,
require
and
116.
if we may be honest, a couple of tantrums. But he's growing up in front of our very eyes against one of the legendary players of this sport's history.
60.
He's been chasing all day, and he'll have to continue
81.
to chase in the last 2 rounds. He's got Adams next. Roose has got that enviable
59.
position because he finished 6th in Group A. He's got the last game in round 4 today and 5, so he's got maximum info as to what he has to do. Is that a good or a bad thing?
I would say a good thing. And the bit I don't know whether it is a good or a bad thing is that those 2 games are against the 2 players he's battling it out with. It's a strange situation where there are 3 players trying to fit into 2 places, but all of them have it in their own hands.
For now.
Well, because they're playing each other, because 2 of those games feature 2 of those players, then they know, well, if I win all my games, I'm through. All 3 of them know that.
100.
And you're right, the minute one of them doesn't win, then that's where the problems start. And maybe, just maybe, Martin Adams, even though he's not going to go through, will still have his say. He plays Stephen Johnston in game 11.
140.
I feel like I'm saying this every time that Bradley graces the hockey.
60.
This is fast becoming his best performance so far. He's definitely building up to something. He may just need this standard for the rest of the day just to squeeze through.
It'll be 3 wins for him here.
130.
And it's 3
Martin,
wins for Stephen Johnston as well.
160.
Martin Turner, who had a 2-point lead, has dropped 1 match, meaning that 3 of them will be tied on the same points.
That could be the difference, you know. Turner losing that game.
140.
Losing
Bradley
to Johnston
requires 72.
in match 2. But the difference in this match could be this shot.
Could be the winning shot. Oh dear, he's missed a big number.
40.
Allowed Adams
Martin, you require
a
20.
shot, a double.
Considering the difference between the leg difference counts of the top 3, losing every leg could be massive, but he might not lose it.
16. Bradley, you require 32.
Gets a rub of the green with that narrow miss by Adams on double 5, and now Bradley Roose looking at the green target, double 16, to complete a convincing win, which he does. 4-1. Adams is out of it. Roose is very much in it. There are 3 players now tied on 12 points, but only 2 can go through. Roose with the average of 93.23 and a hat-trick of victories here on Friday. 4 out of 7 on the doubles in that one. 110 the high checkout for Roose, and he managed to get the win. 4-1 over Adams, and there are, as I said, 3 players tied on 12. We will recap today's action and preview the rest of it when we return. Welcome back to the action. It is coming to a real crescendo here in Group C. Paul, if we start by taking a look at the table, and we'll see that 3 players are all tied on 12 points. We know it is now between those 3, but which way is it going to go? Who at the moment is looking the most likely or the most unlikely?
Well, they've all got a case. Johnston's been really good under pressure today. Martin Turner's won 2 out of 3, but Roose and Johnston have won all 3 of their games. It's been a fascinating day's play where if you take your eye off the ball for a period of 10 minutes, things can change exponentially.
We spoke a lot about Bradley Roose at the start of the show. You spoke to him before the show, and he was kind of emitting confidence and a real kind of contrast to him earlier in the week. We've seen that in his performances today.
Yeah, we have. I think the lead up to this position has been a bit of a journey for him, and education as well. But one of the main reasons why he's in this position doing things like that is because he had a much better Thursday. Getting 6 points yesterday was paramount to having a chance of doing this today, and he's continuing to do that. It's a fabulous improvement over the last couple of days from Bradley.
He's won 3 out of 3 today. So is Stephen Johnston. They're going to meet in the last match, actually. We'll come on to that in a moment. But Johnston has had a real air of authority about him from the off as well.
For now. Where have we seen that before? And this is going to be like him walking into some sort of ghost town at the minute, because this will feel very familiar. He has been in 2 tight situations in a weekly campaign before. And if he's not mentally strong in this situation, Turner and Roose will go through. But if he's going to learn how to get through to Saturdays, and he does it this time, he could do anything he wants. He's got talent, he's got a big ceiling, and we're talking about someone who has almost won a Group A situation before in one of the most stacked Group A situations we've ever had. So this is just a mental battle for Stephen. The talent's there. It's just a question of whether he can take it to the last game, because I get a feeling that's what's going to happen.
And how damaging that victory for Johnston could be to the man he beat, Martin Turner, remains to be seen. But boy, did he bounce back well himself.
Yeah, he's played some great stuff. And same as yesterday. Started a bit slow, but by the end of the day, he was the best player on the day. And if he's saving his best for last, watch out if you're Bradley Roose and Stevie Johnston, because this climax could be one of the best Group Cs we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, we've got a really interesting run-in, actually. We'll show you the remaining fixtures. The next one, the 2 players that are out of it. Johnston, they're going to play an Adams. He might still have his say. Turner playing Roose in the penultimate round of fixtures. And then, at the very end of the day, Bradley Roose taking on Stephen Johnston. Is it kind of all about Bradley? If he loses to either of those players, it's going to hand them the impetus. But if he wins those games, then other results are going to come into play.
Yeah, it could do. And you made the great point in commentary in the previous match that every game he's played today, he's had to go up a level in difficulty. But he has delivered every single time. So there's no reason why he can't improve once again and again after that. But here's the thing, because he plays at the end of the 2 rounds to go, he might have to. He'll have ultimate information, and he might just have to improve every single time based on what the other players do.
Well, let's see if he can. 3 players fighting it out for those 2 places available at finals night tomorrow. Tickets are available as well, and you can be there. Here's how.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Modus Super Series very soon.
Yeah, we would very much like to see you here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth if you can make it all. Hopefully tomorrow night, if not another week this series. All of the Saturday nights for the series are available, including Champions Week. They do tend to go fast as well, so make sure you book yours nice and early. Neither of these players will be on the stage, but they may have gone to dartshop.tv and booked a ticket to sit in the audience. That's what Bergoin did last time he was here. And he would be very welcome as well. And that's what you can do on a Saturday night, rub shoulders with the players.
First
this
leg,
match is
Jack to throw first.
a game for
Game
pride,
on.
really, against two players that have actually played okay today. And it sounds strange because Mail's lost all 3 of his matches. But I've been quite impressed with what I've seen.
I'm with you there.
98.
But very much like Group A, Michael Bergoin might want improvement. He's not going to qualify, but what he did in Group A was have that small amount of improvement on the
46.
last time he was here in that situation. He wasn't 6th, he was 5th. And I applauded him for that. But when he was in Group C the last time he was here in the previous series,
140.
he finished 6th. So if he maintains a 5th position, or even somehow sneaks a 4th position, that is
60.
improvement.
Yeah, I was going to say he could do better than that because Martin Adams hasn't got it easy for the rest of the day. He plays Stephen Johnston next. If Bergoin can get a win here, maybe a second win, he could
99.
usurp Adams into P4.
And that would ensure that Jack stays in 6th for the rest of the day.
Well, we've seen the
100.
164. You just saw it again then in that little
Jackie
chat we had.
require
Martin Turner
164.
producing the firework finish. Can Mail put his name on the roll of honour? He can't, but he can leave it handy.
100.
You
81.
don't often see left-hander
Jackie
versus
requires
left-hander.
64.
Well, we're getting used to it in this group. With 3 lefties in this group, so it is going to be tops.
44.
No chance for Michael to snag this leg. That was a little bit of an Australian barbecue joke there, by the way. Because that's what they call sausages on barbecues. Snags.
174.
Well, he might have snagged himself a chance
Jackie
here.
required 20.
Brilliant setup.
Game shot
Beautiful
on the first
dart.
leg. Jack Mail.
Every now and again, you see a shot like that that proves talent.
Second leg. It's Michael
Just getting
to
the
throw
marker
first.
on the outside makes the
Game
shot
on.
easier, but you've still got to hit it.
28.
I know it's from the same sort of angle, but Michael Bergoin's throw does remind me of Mark Webster a little bit. Same sort of positioning, same
95.
sort of rhythm. Maybe a slightly different follow-through. From a different angle, it might look completely different.
96.
But from that one, it does remind me of the 2008 Lakeside champion.
$45.
When they played yesterday, it was Mail that got the win. His sole win of this group. And he won by 4-0.
59.
Yeah, maybe there's some form of comfort in playing this particular opponent. Who knows? But it's 5 unanswered legs right now.
57. $100.
A busy weekend of darts. Not just the Modus Super Series, where we will crown our first weekly champion of Series 8. There's also the Nordic Darts Masters in Copenhagen. And more
41.
challenge to us. And many congratulations to Nitin Kumar, who won the Mongolian Open yesterday.
100.
Did you know that I'm actually still the holder of the Nitin Kumar Cup?
You got it on your mantelpiece at home?
I have.
57. Michael, you require 118.
Perfectly named cup, that.
99.
Well, he didn't really have to go for it. But one thing we learned about Michael Bergoin this week is that when he sees a shot, he sticks to tradition.
58. Michael, you require 19.
He's not a particularly creative dart player. He likes to do
Game
things
shot on the second leg, Michael Bergoin.
the way that they should be done, you could say, without getting too complicated.
Third leg,
And he's somewhat
it's Jack to throw
uncomplicated leg
first.
2
Game
by
on.
winning it there in 20 darts.
$125.
You spent much time in Newcastle, Murph?
Been there now and again.
Thoughts on it and tread carefully?
No, nice place.
137.
In my younger days, the odd night out was enjoyed there.
There's some good darts venues in Newcastle.
97.
Some of them slightly more iconic than others. Places like the Marlborough Club, just down the road from St James's Park, used to host a lot of Northumberland County
85.
games and competitions. The Biker Key Club. Synonymous is probably the right word.
59.
These are the kind of venues that Jack will play in very often.
It really has become it has been for a while, a
99.
hotbed of darting talent, not just Newcastle, but the whole northeast region.
You think about people from the northeast of England, they've got great stories to tell. Obviously, Durrant, a 3-time Lakeside champion. Gary
60.
Robson from Seg Hill.
Dobie, the latest in a long line that's really reached the heights, but backing him up, the likes of Ryan Joyce,
25.
Adam Hunter we've had here.
Jackie require 160.
You could go back even further. Talk about someone from County Durham called Doug McCarthy. Played for England in the early 80s. With the likes of Bristow and Lowe and Lazarenko.
100. Michael, you require 155.
Mail hoping one day to be included in that list of names.
58.
Right now,
Jackie
just hoping
requires 60.
to take out 60 to showcase his talent.
That's a gorgeous single. And this should be in.
Game shot on the third
But exactly
leg,
the same
Jack
marker
Mail.
dart that he had for the double five, just above the wire, and he just crashes into it. Knew exactly what to do with that
Fourth
dart.
leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
All I'll say about Jack is, give him time. If he makes good choices over the next 2 or 3 years, by the time he's 25, let's see where he's at. Some people don't get the amount of opportunities that others get.
100.
But at his age, this being his second visit to Portsmouth, he is very grateful for coming down here and having this chance.
134.
The ability to play 10 games twice now and get the experience under the lights, it's invaluable.
140.
There are certain venues in the Northeast that have stages in them and they have competitions on the floor. It's very similar to this. It's a place in Ashington called the White House
42.
Unique Social Club, run by a guy called Gary Reid, who's very influential up there. And he runs competitions all the time. And the finals always played on the stage, but they play all of the other games on the floor. And it gives them that little bit
46.
of exposure to playing at a different height. What this does is it magnifies that tenfold.
89. $60.
Wow, he had that 60
Michael,
surrounded
you
there,
require
didn't he?
136.
Stay. That was a very well thrown dart.
96. Jack, you require 155.
Well, a big ask. Starting on the 19s.
Now that's interesting.
115.
He went 57, 40
Michael, you
and ball.
require 40.
Yeah, it really was. It
Game
was a
shot on the
bold
fourth
attempt.
leg,
He
Michael Bergoin.
didn't quite pull it off. Again, I think that the intention might just be to
Fifth leg, it's
give
Jack to
people
throw
something
first.
to remember him by.
Game on.
Jack Mail took out that checkout. We need to get him back in. That type of statement.
100.
think if he continues to play well in ADC darts up north and around the country, invitations will find their way to his letterbox. Or should we say his email inbox, because nobody sends invitations anymore. But he's definitely played better today than yesterday.
140.
80.82 as an average for yesterday. He is sailing above that today and still hasn't got a win.
134. $100. 85.
I wonder how these guys are going to feel at the end of the session, particularly Michael.
Jack, you require 160.
He's had a challenging 5 days, but he's got to feel much better than the last time he was here, regardless of whether he finishes 6th or 5th. Now, every time I see a 115, I get a flashback to a game in a Premier League semi-final.
Jack,
Mervyn
you
King,
require
Phil Taylor.
115.
Merv went bull. Jack does not. Is Jack nimble on tops?
Game shot on a
Nimble
fifth
and
leg.
quick.
Jack Mail.
Yeah, good finish. Applauded by his opponent. 3-2. Mail leads Bergoin as he looks for a repeat
6th
outcome
leg. It's Michael to throw first.
from yesterday.
Game on.
Stephen Johnston, Martin Adams coming next. Big game as we refocus our attentions back to the top of the table. Remember, 3 players tied on 12 points.
85.
Roose, Turner, Johnston. Turner will then take on Roose in the game that follows. Before Adams meets Mail, Bergoin plays Turner. And the last match of the
96.
day, Bradley Roose against Stephen Johnston in what could be a winner-takes-all contest by that point.
$140.
At this stage, I'm not sure both of those guys go through. I just can't predict what's going to happen next. That's why Friday is so good. If you think it's just in
87.
Group C, think again. Because tonight in Group B, we've got more of the same.
Yeah, there are 3 legs between 3 players at the moment. And Group B will be as interesting.
42.
But is this one going to go the distance?
96.
Looks that way. We're on that 234 number again. This is where you go 19. Now you go 25. And there's a lad who knows his
64.
numbers.
Michael, you require 82.
Leaves himself a big finish. We said he wanted to make a statement. Well, 63. Made a big mess of that. And Mail's going to get the chance to make that statement.
Where's the first dart got to be for him? High in the
42.
treble, possibly
Jack, you require 170.
just kissing the underside of the 60 wire. That would be preferable. Not quite.
59.
He went with the
Michael,
modern
you
thinking, the 2
require
treble nut
40.
ins there, but I think he had such a good marker on the treble 20. Probably should have stayed there. We've seen him use
Game shot
markers
on a
in this
6th
match.
leg. Michael
But the
Bergoin.
match goes to a single leg, and Mail without
7
points
from
today.
final leg. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Michael Bergoin has 1 win to his name already.
I think we've had 1 game today where the doubles have been poor by 1 player. And that was in a game that Stevie Johnston won when he was 4 from 21.
100.
And that was against Martin Turner. The rest of the day, the doubles have been exquisite. People getting 4 out of 11, 4 out of 10, 4 out of 7.
84.
That's what we've been having today. People have not been taking 3, 4 bites of the cherry. Maximum 2.
135.
only a ton, and he knows that that possibly should have been a little bit better. Instead of being 140 away from a double,
59.
He's 3 trebles away from tops.
Doesn't get any of them, so remains 2 trebles away from that target. Again, he gets a chance to make that statement, that parting shot.
Go downstairs.
28.
Not there.
Got very
Jackie
loose, hasn't he,
require
the last couple of
160.
legs. Here we go. It's not the perfect guide. Just a little too low in the treble for him.
140.
It just proves that he could hit it. So it's going to be double 10 to do the double over Bergoin. And so far this week, he's the
59.
only person
Jackie
he might
required
beat.
20.
Yesterday, he beat him 4-0. Today,
shot.
he's beaten
And the
him
match,
4-3.
Jack Mail.
So, in the table, things are going to be very, very tight between these two. Bergoin, for now, goes to bottom position. But Jack Mail is not safe in 5th. He could well find himself with the wooden spoon if he's not careful in the final round of play. But 4-3 win for Jack gets him to 4 points in the table. And now we turn our attention back to the top, because it's going to be Stevie Johnston looking for points against Wolfie.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg, Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Time to see the next instalment of what is happening in Group C. Because with Wolfie gone, with Mail and Bergoin also out, it's the 3-horse race with 5 matches left. It does feel like everything has got something on it. But first, it's Johnston who has to get himself ahead of Roose and Turner. And if he doesn't, he runs the risk of not having enough time left and enough games and opportunities to get the points he needs to get that elusive Saturday night. He's been so close before. Is it going to be the same again? Or is he going to bulldoze his way through?
Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's a great expression for the way that he's sort of applied himself today. He has bulldozed through, hasn't he? He's won
60.
3 matches from 3. All of them without going down to the drama of a deciding leg. For me, despite
55.
the fact that Bradley Roose can boast the same record, in fact better by 1 leg on the day, for me, Johnston's looked the most sort of assertive.
30.
However, we do know that Martin Adams has always got a good game in him, even on a day when he hasn't really been at his best. And still get the feeling that he could have a say here.
He may just do.
Let's talk about Martin for a moment.
60.
Just now we know that he won't be going through. Is it a case that Adams has had his bad days on the wrong days this week?
Yeah, possibly.
Losing all 5 games
100.
on Wednesday to miss out on a Group B spot, and then potentially doing the same today when he was in the picture before a dart was thrown.
Yeah, that's it. The wait goes on for that elusive weekly title here in Portsmouth, and there are no guarantees that it will ever come. I know that everybody who has been here to watch live darts
95.
has come here in the hope that they could be here to watch Martin lift that trophy for the very first time, and possibly the chance of lifting a series title, but the wait goes on.
45.
It's a curious turn of phrase, actually, using that word bulldoze, because the guy's a bricklayer.
85.
His job in life is to build things, not bulldoze things. But I suppose with one hand he does one thing, and with the other he does the antithesis of that. If somebody's standing in your way in darts,
43. Stephen,
get
you
rid of them by
require
beating them. It doesn't matter who they are. 54 left.
91.
That'll do very nicely.
Yeah, again, he's got that bulldozer out, hasn't he?
Stephen,
He
you
started with
require
authority. Just has to make sure he crosses the line by landing tops.
Game shot on
Which
the
he does,
first
the
leg.
Scotsman.
Stephen Johnston.
Takes the lead in this all-important encounter for him. Remember, his only remaining game
Second leg.
will then be
It's
against
Martin to
Bradley
throw
Roose,
first.
who will either be level
Game
on
on.
points with him or 2 behind.
Well, in our live chat, we've got Luke Simmons back after yesterday. He is like the Indiana Jones of Darts World magazines, because apparently he found a great deal of them in a phone box library, and he has kindly offered to send them on to us. I'll tell you what would be really good, Murph,
58.
if we can use them to do some sort of segment to look into the past.
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, should we get in touch with Luke and ask him to send them to our studio here in Portsmouth?
Yeah, if somebody could
108.
get onto that or supply him with my email address, and we'll get it arranged. By the way, anyone who does come here on a Saturday night actually gets a free copy of the latest Darts World magazine. So there you go. £2 stretches a very long way here at the Live Lounge.
60.
I could insert a joke there about certain people I know in the darts industry, but I won't.
$41.
You won't be seeing
Martin
Adams
121.
tomorrow, but will you be seeing him take out a flashy finish here? T17. Not found.
At which point have we got to talk about the fact that
97.
every leg counts now? Because the leg difference between the top three, it's as tight as 3 coats of paint.
And maybe more so for Johnston, because he's the
Martin,
one
you
that does have the
require
deficit at
24.
the moment, isn't he?
Correct. He is thinking that this leg is gone,
12.
but he'd be wrong.
such an important match for him. If he wins it, he knows he's going to be in pole position in the last games because one of Roose or Turner has to lose.
Martin, you require 12. Game shot on a second
1-1
leg.
it is.
Martin Adams.
And we go to best of 5.
Third leg, it's Stephen to throw
Now,
first.
Luke is saying in our chat that
Game on.
one of the magazines he has unearthed is from 1998.
100.
An interesting period in darts, 1998. That was when Raymond van Barneveld became a world champion for the first time. Rod Harrington became a world match play champion for the first time. And darts was very political back then.
140.
Could be some interesting pieces in that particular mag. That department at the start of the day was so good. He'd love to get a batch of 140s like he did against Martin Turner, that's for sure. And even better if he gets that.
82.
With a bunch of doubles cooperating, that would be some performance.
43.
Arguably the best first start that he can have, because he can build on that.
140.
Well, he's turning the screw here. Stephen Johnston is in a
140.
little spot of bother.
Martin, you require 139.
How ironic would it be if it's Wolfie that deals the big blow? Considering he used to duel against his dad at country and international level.
123. Stephen, you require 78.
Double 12.
Game
Remarkable
shot on the third
under
leg,
pressure.
Stephen Johnston.
And that was done quick. He's in his own bubble up there. Adams is trying to
Fourth
engage
leg,
with
it's
him.
Martin to throw
Possibly to
first.
say a good shot, but
Game on.
Stevie's having none of it at the minute. He's got his own little frenzied bubble up there, living this moment once again.
Yeah, with the pressure that Adams had applied, as Paul alluded to, with 1, 2, 3.
123.
Bullseye to leave double 8, and then Johnston takes out 78 in 2. He will not be moved.
60.
This is a great discipline, this round robin stuff. Feels very different to knockout.
81.
Imagine the emotional feeling of being out and still having an impact on the group winner or group runner-up. Adams has been doing this for around 5 years.
60.
Because he was with us in the beginning, just like Justin Smith, who will be here tonight. They've crossed paths a few times. But as one leaves the building, one will enter. Some people will leave today and not
60.
come back the rest of the week. Here he goes. Another 140.
140.
Now he's turning the screw in that department, and it could be for his benefit.
$81.
Just glance one over the top of that, or sandwich one in between.
60.
Comes up dry,
Martin,
so
you
Adams
require
could equalise in the next
156.
6 darts that he throws. Do you get the feeling, Murph, that we haven't seen the biggest moment of this group yet?
140.
But it's coming.
Yeah, this is a real gilt-edged clash.
100. Martin, you require 16.
Is there a door open here for Johnston?
Game shot on the
Adams
fourth leg.
slams it in his
Martin
face.
Adams.
2-2. And as we reach the conclusion
Fifth
of the
leg.
qualification
it's Stephen to
stages
throw
from
first.
Group C,
Game
you
on.
can just start to sense the tension rising in this arena.
54.
Someone's asking in the chat how many weeks are left And this is only week 1 of this series. There will be 12 qualifying weeks like this, and the Champions Week for Series 8 will be at the end of August
40.
and the beginning of September.
Yeah, I think actually the finals night is the last day of August, isn't it, this time around? 31st?
60.
But Rob, the straight answer is that there is an infinite number of weeks remaining at the Modus Super Series. It will go on beyond the end of time.
60.
Until we branch out onto different planets.
$60.
I do wonder if at some point something sort of sisters this in another part of this planet. Because we do try our best to get players from all around the world
97.
to play here, but maybe there is scope to do something similar in another part of the world.
140.
If you were in charge of that, where would you put it?
You need me to go and set it up. Okay, I think we'll go New Zealand or...
You just want to go and back and have that burger at the Pullman Hotel in Auckland, don't you?
140.
Now, that was a burger.
It really was.
I'll avoid the fishing trip this time, though.
140.
Wouldn't be the worst place to do
Martin,
it,
you
but I
require
think personally
164.
the right place to put a second one would be North America. Hold on to your hats, everyone. Hold on. Big moment. Oh,
Game
no!
shot on the fifth flag.
Johnston's
Martin
just
Adams.
been hit with a bat.
Well, you just asked the question, was the biggest moment yet to come?
Sixth
Have we
flag.
just
It's
seen
Martin
it?
to throw first. Game on.
Oh, he could barely walk. Honestly, that must have hurt.
Martin Adams with darts from another planet. That was out of this world.
Second
43.
164 of the day. One of them was hit against Adams, and now he's got one of his own. If Stephen Johnston gets out of this now with a win, that will tell us so much more about him. And let's not forget as well, that conversion from Adams was 304 in 6.
45.
That's world class.
You still got it. You never lose it.
140.
He was sitting on 47 for the lead. 47. A simple 7 and tops or a 15 double 16. Move on. Try and get your 4-2 win and feel great. And everything changes.
69. $57.
The fact that Adams has slowed down somewhat since that massive checkout is good news for the Scot, who has serenely meandered towards a possible 3-3 scoreline with some nice, steady
135.
trebling as he comes down with a 1 treble visit, a 2 treble visit, and a trebleless, which is now
60.
2 in a row.
I'm just enjoying reading back through your comments at the moment that bullseye went in for Martin Adams, and they're all just one word as yes. Unreal, huge, quality, wow, game changer. I think that sums it up.
82.
What about the word sickener?
Stephen, you require 144.
He's not going to hit him back with one. I guarantee
40.
you this. If Martin
Martin,
doubles
you
down
require
on ton plus
127.
checkouts now for a 4-2 victory, 2 people in the practice room are going to be very happy. But they'll have to wait.
If Adams does win this match, does Johnston then want Turner to beat Roose so he goes in on a level footing with Bradley and it's a straight shootout?
Yeah,
13.
definitely.
Stephen, you require 104.
What's he going to leave with this dart? Not little enough.
56. Martin, you
The
require
trebles have let him down in the last
114.
4 visits. He's not going to stay there. He's going to go to tops, though.
94.
Well, Stephen Johnston may have had his heart in his mouth there, but now he does get his opportunity. And he cannot take it. Is this the moment it starts to get away from Stephen? So close. The agony goes on for Johnston watching.
Game shot.
But that has got to hurt. Adams wins the joust with Johnston. And it means that Stephen's place at finals night is now in peril. It's in danger. Because that defeat of 4-2 sees the Scotsman remain on 12 points and leaves both Martin Turner and Bradley Roose ahead of him on the same target. One of them will get to 14, but Johnston does play Roose in his final match of the day. This next match is going to be enormous. Do not miss it. Welcome back to the Super Series, where we have seen some knife-edge stuff and the table is, well, perfectly balanced. Let me just talk you through this, because Bradley Roose is top of it. He's about to take on second place Martin Turner. If Turner wins the match, he will qualify for finals night. But the same doesn't apply to Bradley Roose, because his last game is against Stephen Johnston, the other player on 12. So a victory here for Martin Turner. He's through. The game between Roose and Johnston becomes a straight shootout. If Roose wins, he goes to 14 points, but his place is not yet confirmed, and it all becomes a little bit more complicated. That's largely because of that previous result, that Stephen Johnston was beaten 4-2 by Martin Adams in that last match, and it's just changed the permutations a little, but he will be hoping for Martin Turner to win this and let him have a knockout match against Bradley Roose, won't he?
You just want things as simple as possible. Unfortunately, because Johnston has lost that match against Wolfie, he wants a very simple shootout with Roose at the end.
Martin to throw first.
So he becomes a very big Martin Turner fan. He'd like to go through with him at the expense of the former weekly champion. But as we've said, this is such a complicated scenario. And thanks to Wolfie's 164, that has now become the shot of this group.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a vindication for Martin Turner getting most of his work done yesterday. A reward for that, really, because arguably he's been the least convincing of the three.
So far. But he saved his best for last yesterday. His final two averages, 92.78 and 92.71. He puts in two of those. He stands a brilliant chance of walking away
60
with a grand total of 16 points, which will win this group.
So a reminder that Tom Sykes is already through to finals night. He won Group A, won it
100.
only a couple of points clear of Chris Gilliland, who's in Group B this evening, along with Justin Smith, Andy Hamilton, Revelino Dubois and Jamie Kelling. Three of those will go through, and it'll be two from the three still in the hunt in this group,
140.
including this starting duo.
$140.
Turner wants this game to be a bit quicker, but I don't think Bradley's going to allow it. Roose won yesterday 4-3, but that was at the stage where Turner hadn't really found his form. Already had a win, but it didn't have that next level of performance yet. But he's definitely more prepared for Bradley this time.
25.
I'd love to know how many darts we've had on the floor this week, courtesy of flight deflections.
Game shot
1-0
first
Turner.
leg, Martin Turner.
He's got the darts today as well. I wonder if that's going to be a big factor.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Martin's doubles today have been very polished. I know he hasn't won every game he's played, but get a load of these.
140.
2 from 6, 4 from 7, and 4 from 7. When he gets to the end of legs, he's very efficient.
140.
That's the kind of information that is at hand for a few seconds at the end of every match to a player like Bradley Roose. But he may have no idea just how good Martin's been on his doubles here on Friday. He's got to be very wary of that.
Has a real steely focus about his play, doesn't he, Martin Turner?
Looks like a man on a mission.
Because his eyes are just pierced on the dartboard from the point of approaching the occupy to the point of actually retrieving the darts. He never breaks his stare.
140.
Well, the thing about Martin over the years, he's been known as a journeyman player.
125.
But over the last 18
Bradley
months,
require 82.
he's been regarded as something different because he's sharper than ever. He's playing more than ever. How sharp is Bradley on tops?
62.
Let's
Martin,
see if he pays the price for that narrow miss. Double A.
Game shot on a
That
second
is very
leg,
sharp,
Martin
isn't it?
Turner.
2 legs away from qualification here. Turner.
Third leg, it's Martin to
right
throw
on
first.
cue, getting the
Game
job done
on.
and really inflicting a blow here to Bradley, who could just have all of that good feeling sucked out of him
100.
if Turner dishes out a real toweling here. It won't matter the margin of the defeat because it'll still be a straight shootout with Stephen Johnston, whatever happens
41.
in this match. So
sometimes it's nice to have that plan B of, if I lose, I still have a great chance.
yeah. However, I was going to say it doesn't matter the margin in terms
85.
of getting through, but we've seen how results have affected Bradley Roose this week. He's got a couple of games, if he does lose this one 4-1, 4-0, to just calm himself down and forget
60.
about it. Can he do that? Because we're seeing this in this match. Suddenly, the shoulders are slumped.
However,
100.
he has made Saturday night on multiple occasions, whereas Stephen has on multiple occasions failed.
Great point. Looking like it'll all come down to that. Martin Turner's going to take himself out of the
58.
equation if he wins 2 more legs in this one. His final game against Michael Bergoin will be, or just a match to see if he finishes top of the
100.
table.
This is next level Martin Turner, this, so far.
51. Martin, you require 116.
He's definitely spicing things up a bit. Can he get past that? With those tiny little flights.
43.
Not on this occasion, but he is miles ahead. That's a nice bit of sportsmanship there from Bradley. He dropped his dart on the stage whilst Martin was throwing, and he apologised. And
140.
they touched
Martin,
fists
you
there
require
and just
73.
said, let's move on. 66 remain. Bullseye.
33.
Look on the bright side, you've left tops.
Bradley, you require 151.
Shot is not on, so Turner can get to 3-0 in very little
22.
time, I might add.
Martin, you require 40.
Double 10.
20.
Can't turn the
Bradley, you
screw.
require 129.
That one's rounded. And the only reason Bradley's on 129 is because he's had 2 darts on the floor in this leg. He might still win it.
104. Martin, you require
He
20.
got close, but not close enough.
No score.
What looked like a canter
Bradley, you require
could get a little bit
25.
ugly. Oh, how things can turn around. His doubles today have been very tidy also.
Game shot
Nothing
on the
wrong with
third
that
leg.
department.
Bradley Roose.
He's 1 from 3 in this game, but his day goes as such. 4 from
Fourth
11,
leg. It's
4
Bradley
from
to throw
10,
first.
and 4 from 7.
on.
Every game he plays, he's improving in his efficiency on the doubles. I wonder if that's going to continue in game 4.
Well, for him to do that, he would have to be perfect, wouldn't he, from now on? Speaking of which,
140.
I can't help but look at that dart shirt and think of Latvia.
85.
It does look like a Modus Rasma special. I wouldn't be surprised if Martin's actually been to Latvia this year. He's been almost everywhere else in Europe.
he's well travelled on the WDF circuit.
100.
Probably sick of the sight of Manchester Airport by now. Or Leeds Bradford.
59.
I wouldn't be surprised if he drives to some of the tournaments with his pals from Yorkshire.
To be honest, it is one of the poor do's about Yorkshire, as we say
57.
there. Biggest county in the country, no major airport.
That's what they used to say about an arena in Leeds, but they
43.
changed that.
Yeah, Leeds Bradford you can get to about 3 places from.
Is one of them Leeds or Bradford? I can't say I've ever used it. Well, things may have changed.
92.
Roose
Bradley
might not be
require
out of this game after all.
110.
He should have been 3-0 down.
I actually think one of them Southampton, Paul. I wonder if Martin took that flight here. Travel 18 for Roose. Don't know what the delay was. The little I don't know
78.
why he's checking his score mid-visit then.
Sometimes when you're under pressure, you can lose your train of thought.
Maybe decided to split it, Paul, and leave that
83.
double 16.
Well, if that was
Bradley
the case, that was a
require
bold move.
32.
Taking his time over this, he's managed to just feel his way back into this match.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
And it's all
Bradley Roose.
square. Turner has it all to do again.
Fifth flag. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I'm always fascinated to see sports people tapping their temple as if to say, think, think.
100.
What are you thinking? You can't just tap your head, say think, and then all of a sudden you're smarter at doing something in the future. It's got to be conscious.
41.
There has to be thought behind thought.
Really good stuff.
140.
From Turner, having dropped a couple of legs on the spin.
That had a wicked deflection as well. And a lot of the darts he's thrown this week have had that behaviour, but most of them have found the floor. At least that one's grabbed him 15 extra points.
85.
It might not make any difference. Doesn't matter what he does here. He's not going to equalise the position of Turner.
140.
We've talked about lots of Martins in darts.
121.
There's a few Turners as well. Aaron, Laura. Can you think of any more?
Let's not do that right now.
58.
This Turner,
we'll do it off the air.
Yeah, well, this Turner's got a really important moment, hasn't he, in front of him?
Hasn't he just? Ooh, it was almost double five.
15.
Just outside the double,
Bradley,
I think
you
that fell
require
out of.
167.
Top corner above it, and it gives Roose a chance. We've seen some big finishes today. He's had a 170. We saw the tide turning 164 from Adams. We've seen a 164 from Turner. Oh, and almost a 167
Martin,
from
you
Roose.
require
That really
40.
would have turned this game around.
Heart and mouth stuff. Fives again.
35.
And those exchanges
Bradley,
may
you
just
require
cost Martin
25.
Turner this match, because he could have won it by now.
Is he chucking it away?
Game shot on a fifth
Maybe
flag.
he is, and you've got to
Bradley
give
Roose.
full credit to Bradley Roose here for the way he stuck in. Could have, and we did see him earlier in the week, let the head drop.
Sixth flag. It's Bradley to
But
throw
from
first.
2-0 down, he's 3-2 up.
Well, as the heat rises here on the south
Game
coast
on.
of England, there's one man keeping his cool, and his name is Bradley. And in a week where he has lost his cool multiple times, you've got to applaud him. Keeping his cool at just the right time.
43.
Is he going to be through again to finals night?
81.
When you go there multiple times and you've won that weekly title,
100.
I've been told by some people who have done it that when you return for another campaign, you expect to get there.
85.
It doesn't matter about who you're playing. You expect to make it. People want to be serial Champions Week participants.
96.
People like Steve West who have won 4 weekly titles. People like McEwen, Osborne. Even people who aren't playing here anymore,
97.
like Littler. Look at Andreas Harrison. He's turned into a behemoth here in Portsmouth over the last 18 months.
22.
But it's all square pretty much.
I know, but he's playing on the Challenge Tour today. There are some players who would now, and do now,
140.
prioritise playing at the Super Series over the Challenge Tour. They'll always accept an invite for this, even if it clashes. I understand maybe those near the top end of the Challenge Tour that don't wish to do that.
58.
But isn't it nice that they've got a choice?
Martin, you require 98.
Absolutely.
83 left. Well, there's the 3.
38.
He'll return for 60. He needs to find a double. And efficiently. Because the last thing he wants to do is hit the 20, split the tops,
100.
and the 10s again.
Martin, you require
Because he could
60.
invite Bradley in for a valuable 4-2 victory.
$40. Bradley, you require 82.
Well, Turner had it in his hands, didn't he? He led this match 2-0. He's had chances to increase his leg count in this match. But Bradley Roose is stuck in there, and he's taken his chances. Can he take another?
42.
Or is it going the distance?
Martin, you require 20.
Just a reminder that if Turner wins this match, he qualifies for Saturday. If Roose wins this match, he's not through yet. And we're going to a one-leg shootout here.
Turner.
I don't think Martin Turner will know how that dart's gone in. Last
7
dart in
from
hand.
final leg.
After
It's
all
Martin
those
to throw
misses.
first.
The doubling for Turner
Emar.
is miserable. Miserable in this game. 15%.
100.
What is it they say about up north? They say it's grim. Well, his doubling is grim in this game, but at least he's still in with a chance.
They've both got 3 legs in the ledger. One of them has thrown just 9 darts at double. The other
100.
one has thrown 20.
$35.
Only one person has thrown anywhere close to 20 darts at a double in a match today, and that was Stevie Johnston. That was against Turner in game 2, and he won that match. Is the same going to happen?
100.
Super smart. Tunning down. And the pressure's on Turner.
60.
Well, he's got to be careful when he comes back, having left 306. Know that if Bradley Roose had that target, he'd be going 19s and giving himself the best opportunity.
100.
Is Turner going to take a leaf out of that book? Got to come away. Oh, what a shot that is in the end. Wow.
That really was something. And if he takes that 129, it might just be another collectible of 6-star conversions. And Bradley's done something very similar to set up a match-winning double if he gets a look.
What an end to this all-important encounter. And he does get a look.
59. Bradley, you require 24.
Hasn't buckled all day, Bradley Roose. Hasn't been beaten all day. This is a real resurrection of a week at the Super Series. Struggled and stumbled and stuttered through Group A. Only managed 4 wins.
Game shot.
But he's managed 4 in a single day here, and that one takes him ever closer to a return to finals night. Martin Turner had it in his hands when he led it 2-0. Got another chance when he tied it at 3 apiece. But it's Roose who gets a victory, and he is the first to 14 points. Now things are going to get really interesting for the rest of the day. Turner will still have the chance to qualify if he can get the better of Michael Bergoin, but Bradley Roose still has Stephen Johnston to contend with, and that result is an absolute nightmare for the Scotsman. It's become a recurring nightmare here at the Super Series for him. Can he change that? We'll find out. Next 3 matches to come, starting with Adams against Mail. Welcome back to the Super Series, where we are still none the wiser as to which two will go through. We know it won't be this two, but let's just show you what has happened to get us to this point. Martin Adams finally got his first win of the day a couple of games ago against Stephen Johnston, leaving the Scotsman in real danger. Bradley Roose then beat Martin Turner 4-3 in the top of the table tussle that gives the Dutchman the best chance of qualifying from those three. So Roose against Johnston may well be decisive come the end of the day. Martin Turner will get his chance against Michael Bergoin before that, but now Adams about to take on Mail. Both of those players with one win to their name today. Adams did start the day in contention, Paul, but it kind of petered out quite quickly for him.
Unfortunately so. And what we've seen from these two in their previous match is a win. And can they have a 2-win streak, as they will leave us at, funnily enough, around about 5 o'clock. Slightly different journeys home, as Maestro will go the 6 to 7 hours back to Newcastle. And Wolfie will jump in the van
First leg, it's
and
Martin
go back
to
to Cambridgeshire, and it'll take him about
Game
2.5, 3 hours. He might even stick around for the rest of the night and go home tomorrow and enjoy the festivities in Portsmouth for the rest of the evening. Because the weather here is very reminiscent of his shirt. Resplendent.
59.
Well, he gets this game done in 10 minutes. You can literally walk out the building, turn into the establishment next door at exactly 5 o'clock, can't he? Show his
85.
shirt, order a refreshment, and make sure they put a little umbrella in it.
With a shirt like that, he should be in a sequel of Cocktail. Who needs Tom Cruise when you've got Martin Adams?
60.
He should be in a cell at the fashion police station.
He wouldn't catch me in a shirt like that. Not anymore, anyway. Did have some shockers back in the
41.
day. But the one thing I like about it is it's got identity. And for years, he was synonymous with England colours only.
140.
And now he has a different shirt every day.
It's a little tagline as well, isn't it, that he's got on it that makes it his own. It's not just a summary shirt.
99.
I wonder if he gets them made or whether he's found them online somewhere. Because didn't Wayne Mardle start like that with the Hawaiian shirts? He just found a shirt that he liked and all of a sudden it just took off and he had to get a lot of them made.
140.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
He's probably never even been to Hawaii.
100.
We're going to get into
Martin,
the
you require 102.
serious stuff in the next couple of games as we determine which two out of the three do make it through. But for now, keep your suggestions coming on the question we asked earlier. Who's the sort of local hero that should have been a really great
78.
darts player? We've had a few good ones. And from this area, actually, a player that's played here before, Charlie Large, has nominated another player from the Hampshire area, and that is Ricky Williams.
100.
Good shout, I think.
Martin,
he did
you
have a
require
tour card for a
24.
while.
Yeah, I played Ricky a few times. Very talented player. Double three.
18.
Double split.
Jack, you require
Resulting in a chance for
76.
Jack. Lost to Wolfie 4-1 yesterday. This would be a nice parting shot to go back to Newcastle. I beat Wolfie on the stage.
Game shot on the first
won the
leg.
first leg.
Jack Mail. Second leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
I remember a guy that used to play county with Martin years ago. Something in the region of 22, 23 years ago. A guy by the name of
81.
Les Hodkinson. He won the Northumberland Open. I believe it was held in Westerhope at the time, just outside of Newcastle. And do you want to hazard a guess, Murph, as to who Les beat in the
85.
final?
Go on, when was this again?
Around about 2001, 2002.
the tournament was?
The Northumberland Open. Just a local
99.
county open that used to have people travel to it because there was a few quid there. I think it might have been £500-600 a winner, maybe a little bit more.
I'll go for Dave Prinz.
Gary Anderson.
100.
Yeah, Les won that title and beat Gary in the final. But I've not actually heard anything from Les pretty much ever since.
100.
Knew he was from Cambridgeshire because he was wearing a Cambridgeshire shirt that day.
Just to put you in the picture of what's required for the rest of the day. Well, Martin Turner
137.
is in action next against Michael Bergoin. And then Stephen Johnston's going to play Bradley Roose. Now, Turner
57.
can qualify with a big margin of victory in that one. Bradley Roose in that last match, whatever happens, he's only going to need one leg.
43.
So
Jackie
Stephen
require
Johnson would have to beat him 4-0 if Turner wins. If Turner wins, that is. Oh, back to that in a moment.
131.
It's not just the fact that we have had
Martin,
big
you
finishes
require
today of 170,
136.
164, twice. A lot of them have been scared. And another one. Amazing.
On a second leg.
One
Martin
person
Adams.
misses a 164 in the bull and the other one takes out a 136. Sensational.
Third leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that's what you signed up for, Jack. Legs like that. That's what you've got to do to try and be the man with the reputation on the stage. You've got to be able to do things like that after your opponent's missed something like you missed. Darts can be brutal.
95. $83.
We've had another answer about a local hero, this time in Yorkshire. Someone said the name Barry Noble. Can't say I've ever heard that name, but apparently Martin Turner will back that up. We'll ask him when he's finished
36.
today, depending on what kind of mood he's in. I've got one for you from Cumbria.
Go on.
Dave Hurst. Dave
60.
Hurst was someone who played
Up front for Sheffield Wednesday.
a lot of darts in North America, played a load of darts in Cumbria, but would always go across the Pennines as a ringer. He was
60.
a ringer for Super League teams like Kingston Park and Bedlington. If they were short and they needed somebody good, Dave Hurst was always on the end of the phone, and he was hard to beat.
140.
Every county's got one. I'm sure it's the same around the world.
Well, you must have a few from
100.
down under, Paul.
Oh, absolutely. I'll give you one right off the top of my head. My ex-pairs partner, Sean Gibbs. I used to play Thursday Super League with him and his brother Dean, alongside the likes of Tommy Hyland
45.
and Steve Duke Sr. and the Gibbs boys. Uncle Phil as well, who was a very decent player. But Sean Gibbs, first time I bumped into him, I said to everybody else, who's that? And he turned into one of my best fours
135.
and best partners I've ever had. Sean Gibbs was an astonishing player at times. He was hard as nails.
58. Martin, you require 75.
$18 for tops. That one's out of left field, unfortunately. And Jack's got a chance
35.
to give Martin
Jack, you
something
require
back.
115.
He might just do it as well. Double 18.
97. Martin, you require 40.
He could be 3-0 up. But he might be 2-1 down. Double 19.
2.
Not to be.
Jack, you require 18.
Double 4 then for Mail.
Game shot on
Finds
the
it.
third leg.
Leads
Jack Mail.
2-1 against Adams. Now, we'll return to that point I was making about what needs to happen the rest of the day for certain players. So, just
Fourth
confirmation.
leg.
If
It's
Martin
Jack to
Turner
throw
wins
first.
against Michael Bergoin in
Game
his next
on.
match, he would qualify. So, he's got that second chance. If he loses, that would secure Bradley Roose's place, of
60.
course, because he'd be better off on points. Only one over player could get to 14. So defeat for Turner, Roose qualifies. A victory for Turner, he qualifies. We'll know at the end of the next game, one of those players will be through.
100.
Then in the last match, Stephen Johnston and Bradley Roose. Well, Johnston would have to win that match 4-0. If Turner
60.
beats Bergoin, that is, of course. If Turner doesn't beat Bergoin, then any win for Johnston will put him through. And at that point, Roose would already be through. So he really needs... You'd say his best chance is not his own victory. His best chance is Bergoin beating Turner, really.
65.
Seriously, that 164 has changed everything in this group. Because at that point, Johnston was cruising potentially towards a win against Wolfie, and the 164 goes in. This place has been shaken to its core.
96.
There's a tension around this place at the minute, but it's not this game. It's everywhere else. This is the eye of the storm.
40.
The calm before it. But if this is an audition for a possible invite back,
100.
I think Jack has played superbly today. He's been given a very tough Group C. I mean, let's face it, they're all tough. But with a bit of extra experience and a little bit more quality,
100.
I'm sure that a Saturday night in his future is just inevitable.
Another name in the chat, Dennis Harbour.
100.
Another Cambridgeshire man.
The Harbour Master still posting 90-plus averages now.
Good friend of Martin's.
Not the quickest.
95.
Yeah, he's
Jack,
not the
you
quickest.
require 85.
$66. Looking at double 9.
67.
Well, Martin,
Martin,
the
you
clock
require
has just struck
101.
5 o'clock right here. How about celebrating that moment? Cheers
Game
to
shot on the
Wolfie.
fourth leg, Martin Adams.
Brilliant checkout. It's 2-2, and Adams puts in a second
Fifth leg,
topping
it's
finish
Martin
of this
to throw
game.
first.
Loves a 101, by the
Game
way.
on.
I make that his third of this group.
$140.
I wouldn't be surprised the way that darts tournaments go these days. As if Jack Mail finds a way
140.
to go to the Challenge Tour this weekend. He might have signed up just in case. Can you do that?
I think you can sign up for a specific day, can't you?
Oh, it's marvellous.
182.
I thought he might get a 180, but not in that corner. If he's not going to go to the Challenge Tour, Jack might even find a local competition up north this weekend.
140.
Well, we will be here. Hope you will be as well. If you're not able to come down to the live lounge, make sure you're watching on the YouTube channel, 7:30. Finals night gets underway. Tom Sykes, the only player there. Bradley Roose has got a foot in the
100.
door. Martin Turner has a big chance of making it. Stephen Johnston now the outsider. After defeat to Martin Adams really cost him.
60. Martin, you require 81.
For the lead on throw, we're looking at 12s.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Martin Adams.
Somebody's starting to relax. This is the kind of standard that would have got him a little bit further up the table, but unfortunately,
6th leg, it's Jack to throw
at
first.
times, his game has just alienated the stage. 73 average in his first game today, but then losing
59.
with a 96 in the next one. I think the right word is puzzling.
Well, he's been brilliant since 5 o'clock, hasn't he? Took out the 101 and then an 11 darter.
Well, in that case, if there's a comments box here, he's going to stick a little post-it in there saying, can you start at 5 o'clock? It'd be pretty fine if we started at 5 o'clock on a Thursday and Friday. We'd have to go
58.
5 o'clock to about 9:30, then start at 10 o'clock.
Pretty much be, back-to-back sessions. I'm sure all the team would be up for it.
83.
Personally, I'd actually prefer it. I hate the break.
58.
When you work at any darting tournament, it's the break that makes you tired in between.
Didn't we start a day differently because of the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II once?
100.
We did, yeah.
And the Queen Consort and the King were in Portsmouth this week for D-Day. Rishi Sunak wasn't here for long.
100.
Well, there were a few games where the World Championship, when they introduced the new rules, where the afternoon session almost did run into the evening session.
100.
And nowadays it's last set best of 5, not best of 11.
Right, we're going to say another one.
137.
I think we are. Martin Adams is going to take out the
118.
118, and then he's going to take his shirt off and run around the arena. Oh, maybe not.
He's not Colin Lloyd.
52.
I wonder if
Jack,
he'd
you
been booked by the
require
referee
89.
for doing that.
Has the referee got a yellow card? Oh, Jack's looking for the red button.
64.
That might be that.
Martin,
So
you
might
require
Martin be with the
66.
first start of this visit. $41 remaining. 32 remaining.
34.
Mail gets another go.
Jack, you require 25.
Two hits. Just a little bit high for his liking. But he likes that a lot.
6th leg, Jack
And we are
Mail.
going the distance.
Something about effectively insignificant
7
games
from
that
final
seem to end
leg.
in
It's Martin
4-3.
to throw first.
Mail against Bergoin
Game
earlier.
on.
He won that one 4-3. Certainly was a lot of significance on the last 4-3, that win for Bradley Roose.
I was saying a couple of days ago just how significant a win Bergoin had against Wolfie.
95.
And something he can remember from this week when he beat him 4-0. But don't underestimate just how much Jack getting a win here against Wolfie, how much that would mean to him.
60.
Going all the way back to Newcastle, not making Saturday, but he can tell all of his pals up there, well, I beat Martin Adams. You look around the room and you just say, well, who's done that then?
$100.
So much more positivity today with that first start. And even when he's missed the
100.
treble 20 with shots, he's looked really close to it. I'll be fascinated to look at his numbers for the day. I am positive, without even calculating them, that they are better than yesterday. By some distance.
Well, he's going for this.
140.
Leaving a bogey as a result. And maybe punished for it. Oh, would have been. Had Mail filled it up.
He's never going to change. He's always going to leave the bogey numbers. Beaton does it. Taylor did it. Anybody else you can think of who does that on a regular basis?
100.
Or not leave a finish after 15 darts. Yeah, me.
You know what I mean. Constant use of bogey numbers. Johnny Clayton used to, but he's evolved.
60.
Stephen Johnston a little
Martin
bit. He also
requires
leaves
66.
odd doubles and stuff without thinking about it. Bull again. Well, he tried this at the end of the previous leg. It didn't work out. Will it this time?
34.
Not quite, so Mail gets a chance for a
Jackie
final
require
hurrah.
141.
He can line it up and hope.
95.
But you do fancy that Wolfie's going to
Martin,
finish
you
the job this
require
time.
32.
And this time he has.
And the match, Martin Adams.
It may be the end of Martin Adams' week, but Wolfie goes out winning. 4-3 success over Jack Mail, who also departs at this stage, the ADC qualifier. Well, gave it a good go. Couldn't quite get the win over Martin Adams in the end. Just a couple of victories for Mail over the course of his Group C campaign. Martin Adams finishes in 4th place in the table, having won half and lost half of his matches. But now attention turns to the top 3. Bradley Roose and Stephen Johnston will do battle in the final game. Before that, Martin Turner will qualify if he beats Michael Bergoin. So 2 games to determine which 2 players go through. It's rare that we get to this point of Group C without knowing at least one of them, but we will know at least one of them after this match. Here is what happens in either outcome of this game. So if Bergoin can beat Turner in this one, then Bradley Roose will qualify for finals night. If Martin Turner gets a win, he will put himself through. Bergoin looking to play spoiler in this one. Turner has made it a little hard for himself after that defeat to Bradley Roose. 4-3 would have been through already, but he does get a second bite, and the Yorkshireman can seal his spot here. So it's very much in his hands. It's very much in Bradley Roose's hands as well. He'll only need one leg against Stephen Johnston. If Turner does win this game, Johnston would have to complete a whitewash win, and if Turner doesn't win the game, then Johnston would just need to win against Bradley Roose, because he would, of course, be on 14 points alongside him. Turner would be left on 12. I think that just about explains everything.
First leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Basically put, things are going to be a lot clearer at the end of this best-of-7 match. And when you keep mentioning that possible 4-0 scoreline that Johnston
59.
could need, we haven't had one today.
Good point.
100.
It was the first match of the group yesterday. Johnston won it 4-3 in this fixture yesterday. Turner won 4-3.
140.
Only little sort of thing that is in my mind, the only way I can see Turner sort of not qualifying is him throwing it away himself, because there was a little slump in the middle of the match against Bradley Roose where it looked like he was doing that, sort of
87.
finding a way to lose.
His doubles numbers don't lie. 3 from 20.
85.
And his opponent completed 4 hits with half the amount of attempts. He was in a comfortable position in that match and just let it slip. And that is not what he wants to happen here.
140. Michael, you
What he
require
wants to happen
119.
is he wants to win this one and put 2 Yorkshire men through to Saturday before anybody else has got their way through.
99. Martin, you
And he could be
require
25%
76.
there if he finds 76 after that miss from Bergoin.
56.
Cannot
Michael, you
afford these
require
misses
20.
himself. This is only to hold for Bergoin, but Turner will want to get the break straight away.
No score.
He's got a little bit of luck. Rub of the
Martin, you
green.
require 20.
How's his rub of the red? Oh no, it's
10.
happening again.
Michael,
But
you
you
require 20.
rightly said before that game against Roose, his doubling had been, I think polish was the word. It's been severely scuffed since then.
Game shot on a first
And now
leg.
his chance has
Michael
been scuppered
Bergoin.
here. Even with defeat in this match,
Second
he won't be
leg,
out
it's
of it, but
Martin
he's
to
then
throw
relying
first.
on Bradley Roose to
Game
beat
on.
Stephen Johnston.
You don't need that kind of stress in your life, so just help yourself.
140.
Whatever happens, there's a story here. Roose, he's a man who's been to 3 finals here on
58.
Saturdays, and he has won a weekly title. Turner's looking for his first Saturday, and so is Johnston. And after everything he's been through,
140.
his target heart rate is being met already today.
$140.
This is better from Turner. If he can find a sustained amount of pressure on that treble 20. I thought for a second he got a 140 there, but it was better. He can give himself breathing space to take care of legs potentially. That's what I'm on about.
98.
Get to
Martin,
41
you
after
require
9 and your
41.
opponent's not on a finish. That is Dream Street. Brilliant.
Shot on a
Changing the
second
target
leg, Martin
and an
Turner.
11 darter just when he needed one.
Yeah, exactly what he needed.
Third leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Let's not forget as well the complexity of just one single game.
41.
Martin needs to break in this match, otherwise he does run the risk of not going through.
100.
What he wants to happen is what happened yesterday. He wants his best performance in his last match. And funnily enough, his last game yesterday was in game 14, where he had that 150 checkout.
140.
And that was against Stevie Johnston.
Well, it looks like he might be doing something similar, the way he's performing here.
95.
Didn't he leave himself on a finish from 306 in his previous match?
100.
Yeah, and then hit 60, 60, 57, didn't he?
And Roose went 177 to leave 24.
45.
And took it out for a 13-darter in the win.
Yeah, those people in the chat, do keep it sensible and respectful, please. We do give you freedom of speech, but only once.
100.
There's a joke in there somewhere. Now, what does he want to do here?
57.
He thought about
Michael, you require
dart 2,
120.
because the first one was so high, he couldn't really find a route to a finish.
100.
Michael was already there. He's missed out on another 120 checkout, which he has found this week so far.
Leaves it
135. Michael, you require 20.
nice and handy. Bergoin, double 10. Double 5. How Turner would love to see this go there. Exactly where it went.
18.
Oh, and he's left himself
Martin, you
in the
require
madhouse.
69.
What more do you want, Martin? Double 12.
That's 63.
Well, a little
Michael, you
bark from the
require
mud.
2.
There may have been a portion of him who thought that that first dart to double 12 was in. It was so close. That
Game
one
shot on
is.
the third leg, Michael Bergoin.
Martin Turner under pressure.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
You said earlier on today that Michael Bergoin has won how many
100.
vaults in a row? 13? To do that, you've got to be very, very good in final matches, and this is his final game. If he treats it as
60.
such, like a final, he may just be very well equipped for it.
Well,
131.
it's Turner's final, really, isn't it? It's the one that he needs to win. Of course, he's got... I don't think he would have realised it at the time, but he sort of had 3 chances, didn't he? 3 remaining lives. One was beating Bradley Roose, he would have been through then. The next is beating Martin Turner, beating Michael Bergoin, so he would be through with that. And then finally, Roose beating Johnston would still put him through.
100.
This is Matthew Edgar territory from Southampton, you know, with Matthew Dennant. Edgar lost his last 2 matches
140.
on a Friday
Martin, you require 170.
when he was leading the table and ended up 3rd. That could happen to Turner if he's not careful.
58. Michael, you require 161. $59.
Wrong shot.
Martin, you require 112.
If he can take one thing away from this week, please start using the bullseye on that shot there.
96.
Because now he's on a 3-darter instead of a 2-darter.
102.
Please, Michael, learn from it. But he might still take it anyway. Be like a stake to the heart of Turner. And he's found it as
Game
well.
shot on a 4th flag, Michael Bergoin.
Well, this is taking a turn for the worst.
5th flag,
What kind
it's
of
Michael
thing is
to throw
happening?
First. Game on.
Sums up his day. The fact that he is producing an average
93.
here in the mid-90s, 95.42 going into this leg.
How many times do we say it, though?
60.
The person without the darts in the odd-numbered legs has the better average but has the deficit. It happens an awful lot.
10 points between them.
57.
But 2 legs the other way.
134.
And the margin of defeat here for Martin Turner would actually see him on the same leg difference as Stephen Johnston. Of course, it wouldn't matter. It would be
100,
whatever the outcome of that
100.
match is in terms of the result. But it's a real drop-off at the end of the day.
And nobody likes to lead the table after day 1 and not qualify.
Particularly with 8 points and then only get 12.
Again, it amplifies the fact that darts is not played on
97.
paper. There are no guarantees unless you hit your doubles and give yourself enough chances.
So a reminder that Roose will be through if Bergoin
100.
beats Turner
Michael,
here.
you require
With that last game to
154.
spare.
$60. Martin, you require 107.
The comeback has to start now. Double 16.
Game shot on a 5th leg.
That's gargantuan.
Martin Turner.
So good.
Good game of darts. Good
6th
performance
leg,
by
it's
Turner.
Martin to throw
Still has
first.
that
Game on.
high average, 96.35. The doubling has not been great, but the combinations have been all right.
121.
Well, can you imagine the emotional swings that Turner's going through at the minute? He's on the cusp of defeat. He finds that 107 to get himself back in with a chance. If he wins the next 2 legs, he's through. Some people can't handle the swings in darts, especially here.
55.
Well, it's so short, the format, isn't it, that you think that any swing would be fatal. It's at best precarious.
60.
There has been a little weakness this week. It's that Michael has, at times, been on the cusp of a victory and not taken care of it quick enough.
134.
He could be susceptible.
$96.
And as for Stevie Johnston, anything that could go wrong probably does when he comes to Portsmouth.
Well, again, he's getting his hope again, isn't he? Watching this match, thinking, well, okay, now all I've got to do is beat Bradley. Easier said than done. Bradley hasn't lost today, of course, but if Turner turns it around, he has to beat him 4-0.
58. Martin, you require 94.
All the while, he's got to be practicing on the dartboard, watching this on a monitor in the practice room.
54.
Turner will return for tops.
51. Martin, you require 40.
He's had problems up here and down there,
Game
but
shot
not
on
at the
a 6th
minute.
leg. Martin Turner.
We go down to 1 leg to see who the first person is to qualify through this group. Is it
7
Turner
from
or
final
is it
leg.
Roose?
It's Michael to throw
Well,
first.
there's been a bit of tension towards the end of the day, that's for sure. Martin Turner keeps it in his own hands, but it's Bergoin throwing first.
140.
Hard enough to take the swings from the commentary box. It's like being on the pirate ship at Metroland.
60. $100.
Very, very good.
He's going to make Turner work for this. Needs something big, needs something soon.
100.
Is it going to be
60.
2 closing 4-3 defeats for the Minster man? Or is he going to get back into this somehow?
60.
Trebleless again. Only 1 treble in the first 9 darts. And Bergoin's got a lot more than that.
134.
Yeah, nothing he can do.
55. Michael, you require 67.
His fate will be out of his hands.
$27.
It is out of his hands right now. Bergoin is 3 from 15 on the doubles.
66.
And somehow
Michael, you
Turner
require
gets to a
40.
finish for the last dart. But Bergoin can win the match. And
Game
does.
shot. And the match, Michael Bergoin.
Martin Turner has to wait. But what we can tell you now is that the next person through to Saturday night is playing in the last match. Congratulations to Bradley Roose, who has another crack at a Saturday title. Martin Turner, who had the better average by 10 points, will have to wait to see if Bradley can now do him a favour. Do not miss the last match.
Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's a case of I'm a Super Series player. Keep me in here. And Bradley, it is you. You are through. Bradley Roose through to finals night on 14 points with a game to spare. Martin Turner, it might be you. And Stephen Johnston, it could be you. The pair of them on 12 points. Johnston now has to beat the table topper Roose, the unbeaten today Dutchman, to go through at Martin Turner's expense. If Roose gets a job done, then he will take Turner with him and leave Johnston missing out by the slenderest of margins once again.
I like the way you shoehorned in the "I'm a celebrity, get me out of here" remarks there. Very clever.
Well, who will come through this tough chucker challenge? Tough
First
to say that.
leg,
Try to
it's
say that.
Bradley to throw first. Game on.
I'll leave it to you. You did a very good job the first time. No point revisiting that.
But it has proved to be tough, hasn't it, every time he's been here for Stephen Johnston, because he's been right on the brink. Sometimes he's been the one in position that's been overtaken. This time he's the one on the shoulder looking to do the overtaking, but he's going to have to do it in the hardest way possible by beating a player who hasn't been beaten today and in a match where his opponent has a throw.
And with a mental hurdle of, I've been here before and failed. Just imagine the emotions either way. But maybe don't look at what Bradley's doing, because he looks like he's on a mission. I think here that the motivation for Bradley is
100.
Stephen is dangerous. Get rid of him now before he becomes a problem tomorrow.
I have to say as well, earlier this week I was commentating with you on Tuesday, and Bradley Roose, we now know he had a bit of a wrist injury. His attitude absolutely stunk, and we were critical. And if I'm going to be critical, then I do have to
81.
be fair and say
Bradley
that the last couple of
required
days,
81.
particularly today, he has been brilliant. Absolutely superb.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
69.
That'll do. Just to make things worse, Stevie needs to do it against the throw.
81. Bradley required 12.
Playing the best player against the darts, and you need to win to go through.
Game shot on the
How about we
first
make it a little
leg,
bit harder
Bradley
for him?
Roose.
However, it could have been a lot harder. Had Turner won, he would.
Second leg.
He'd be out
it's
now.
Stephen to throw first. Game on.
He'd be gone. Because he had to win the match 4-0 had Martin Turner won against Bergoin. At least he's still got a fighting chance.
100.
I hope he knows that.
Yeah, he doesn't have the demeanour of a man who looks like he's got a good chance. It's in his hands. He was certainly different at the start of today when he really looked to take the group by the scruff of the neck
60.
and make it his own. But it's Bradley Roose has done that himself in this sort of unassuming manner. He's got his head down and worked hard. That's what he's done. He recognised a problem earlier in the week and he's done something to put it right.
100.
And for one of the first times this week, he has not changed any element of his equipment day wide.
100.
He's been going between a white flight setup, which I think is a little shorter, and this, which he has now. This obviously works better, so don't change it.
60.
Stevie's got to get in amongst it.
41.
The sole representative from Scotland this week. Flying the flag high and doing a very good job, but he's in trouble already.
It was week 3 of the previous series when Bradley Roose came through as the winner.
100. Bradley required 96.
He actually won Group A that week. And he's showing that form in Group C this week. That's
On the
brilliant.
second leg, Bradley Roose.
Johnston's jaw is on the floor. And Bradley Roose just continues this
Third leg, it's Bradley
easy
to throw
amble
first.
through.
Game on.
And who would have predicted this, having seen him for the first couple of days this week?
Yeah, 13 darter followed by a 15.
59.
The only person to have rocketed beyond 100 average this week is Tom Sykes with 109.31.
140.
We saw 101 last night from Jamie Kelling, but that was the only one he got.
If Bradley Roose wins this match, which it looks like he is going to do, he'll have won more matches today alone than he won across all 3 days in Group A.
Said it for years. Darts is weird.
100.
And Stevie J is going to go back to Scotland if that's the case, thinking, what's Portsmouth got against me?
100.
I can feel what he's like, though. If he doesn't make it through, he will come back here repeatedly until he does make a
57.
Saturday. A bit like Adam Lipscomb. He tried and he tried and he tried. And then when he got the knack of it, he just kept making Saturdays.
59.
That's the first start he needs.
140.
The next two weren't so bad either. He must, in my opinion, take that 64.
60. Stephen, you require 64.
He's not hanging around. Brilliant job.
Game shot on a third
Brilliant
leg.
job.
Stephen Johnston.
We're back on throw. That's job 1. Job 2,
Fourth leg. It's Stephen to throw
maintain
first.
an
Game on.
on-throw game. Then mount an assault on the throw of Roose.
It'll be interesting to
100.
know, because it's a quick turnaround, isn't it? So there wouldn't have been much time for the players to work things out. I wonder if Bradley even knows he's through.
100.
I wonder if Johnston thinks that he's got to win by a certain margin. It'd be really interesting to find out.
96.
A lot of times we've seen it, players have left the building thinking they're out and they've gone through. Scott Mitchell did it. Yeah, it's happened to Conan Whitehead. Matt Clark did it in the series what he ended up in the
100.
final of. The entire series.
85.
Starting to jerk a little bit on that third dart. Travelling away, leaning into the raised docky on the stage. Just got to be careful that doesn't become a bad habit.
22.
That's brilliant.
140.
Now we may have a game on our hands. Penny for the thoughts of Martin Turner now. Good standard. Both averaging over 92.
99. Stephen, you require 80.
Up we go to tops.
60.
He has composed himself all day and all group. Trying to learn from his
81.
previous
Stephen, you require 20.
expeditions down to the south coast. Keeping everything in.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
still
leg.
doing
Stephen
so.
Johnston.
There could be 3 legs left in this group. If Stephen Johnston wins 2 of
Fifth
them,
leg. It's Bradley to throw first.
he may just erupt.
Game on.
If he knows that he's still got a chance. Here's the thing. We do have a players' marshal on
60.
site that is purely there for the welfare of the players. But we only inform the players of their situation if they wish to
85.
know. Because some people don't want to know.
Yeah, I was I won't say which player it was,
59.
but I was on Saturday night, I was presenting and I was in the room with a player who might have needed to do certain things if a group stage game on a Saturday had gone a
83.
certain way. And she said, go and find out and then I'll tell you if I want to know or not. So she wanted me to get the information but not tell her.
108.
When our commentary position was in a slightly different position, we used to get regular visitors.
100.
Like Richard North and Colin Osborne. What have I got to do? Well, more of what Bradley's just done, maybe. Because he's on for back-to-back maxes if he so wishes.
145.
This is a great leg.
Yeah, and he'll be determined to have that perfect record today to really bookend his
100.
qualification
Bradley, you
week
require
with
57.
something special. Only one dart at double.
37.
He doesn't get it.
Stephen, you require 133.
One more seismic finish. This would be one for the scrapbook.
Thinking he can't decide which way to go yet.
Now he knows he can't. Take 133.
97.
What he would give
Bradley,
for
you
3 more misses
require
at double
20.
though.
Plenty of room. Still. Can't find any of it.
score.
And this
Stephen, you
could
require
be the moment that
36.
Martin Turner didn't want to see.
Game shot
Well,
on
if
the
there's
fifth
a
leg. Stephen
sofa
Johnston.
in that practice room, he's now watching from behind it.
Sixth leg. It's
If
Stephen
Stephen
to throw
Johnston
first.
does not go through
Game
now,
on.
it will be another fine margin heartbreak.
45.
But it's now in his hands. He's been here before. Can he cross the line?
And you can see from that reaction how much this perfect record today means to Bradley Roose, because he's already qualified.
60.
He's actually already won the group as well.
Yeah, some people just don't want to lose at all. And that's a healthy mindset. But
45.
treble-less twice, and it's not just big singles. It's 45 twice for Johnston.
$140.
Now he's got to get back on it, otherwise that break is going to be meaningless.
100.
Well, what an opportunity he's carved out for himself here with a little helping hand from Roose after those 4 missed starts at double. Johnston,
100.
he's in position. We did say, Paul, earlier, maybe it would be better for him to have to do it at the end, come from
100.
the rear and overtake in the final furlong.
All he's doing in this leg is chasing. He started this leg, but after 2 miserable turns at the start,
59.
he's just trying to keep up with Bradley. He's doing a good job now.
100.
Is he going to get a shot
Bradley requires
at one of Luke Littler's
142.
favourite shots to make his way through? He might not. Now he does. This is to finally
110.
make
Stephen, you
Saturday.
require 111.
He's getting a go. Oh, he's not getting a go.
68.
And he's totally...
Bradley, you
Well,
require
he went
32.
for tops, didn't he? Just out of frustration, that was silly. It was really silly.
Game shot on a 6
He has
flag.
imploded
Bradley
there.
Roose.
That is an explosion from Stephen Johnston
7th and final leg. It's
in
Bradley
the negative
to throw
sense,
first.
because not only did he
Game
maybe
on.
rush that dart thrown towards the 11, but then he threw it at tops for some bizarre reason out of frustration. If he'd have hit it, Paul, he'd have left himself on 3.
Yeah.
39.
You can't practice moments like that. A somewhat roundabout way of explaining what Phil Taylor talked about for
85.
years. But when you're in moments like that, you find out how you deal with pressure.
You cannot react while you're throwing the
100.
darts.
We go to the very last leg of the group.
45.
And that doesn't happen every week.
$41.
One of the players on the stage is already through. That's Bradley Roose. The final question is between Stephen Johnston
83.
and Martin Turner, who, in truth, both have kind of thrown it away. One of them will get away with it.
Somebody will. Tons are good. Tons are very good. A dart behind. Not for long.
140.
That may be the best 140 he's hit all day, and he's hit a few of them.
$60. Stephen, you require 148.
Can he? Can he?
Wouldn't mind another 140 to leave double 4. He has got other options.
100.
That will do very nicely.
Bradley require
If
161.
I say, now that he does get a look, this is a very different shot to the previous leg.
49.
Composure needed.
Stephen, you require
He has got margin
48.
for error on this one. And he has made an error. But he's okay.
32.
They weren't badly thrown darts at the
Bradley,
double
you
eight.
require 112.
But are they the last darts he throws? Is it another cruel exit at the Super Series for Stephen Johnston?
Time to find out. He's going to get another visit.
88.
At the double he's missed
Stephen,
twice
you require
already.
16. Game shot. And the
This
match,
time,
Stephen Johnston.
he makes it. Stephen Johnston, with a 4-3 win, has sealed his spot. And he did not have a clue They are the two that are going through. Celebrate, congratulate. The top two have made it. Johnston has made it. I don't think he knew. I think what can happen sometimes, we've been guilty of it in comms before, you get distracted by leg difference and forget, Stephen, you've got more points than Martin Turner. You are through. So is Bradley Roose. And we are going to recap all the action and hear from a very surprised and happy Scotsman after this short break. Well, as I said before that little break there, we've got a very happy and surprised Stephen Johnston with us. Stephen, you really didn't know at the end of that match that you qualified.
I didn't really know. I was disappointed the way I was playing today and yesterday. I can play better, but I was just trying to win that match. But I actually thought I had to win it 4-0. But I'll take the winner.
Shall we get confirmation? Shall we show Stephen the table and just confirm that he has qualified? Yeah, kind of blinded by leg difference, but because Martin Turner lost the game before, you've actually got more points and finished on the same as Bradley Roose. So there, you are safe. The top two going through. So we can finally say congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Because last time you were here, I mean, you had a difficult time, didn't you? Twice in the groups you were in, you were in the pole position and it slipped away.
Darts is ability and mental. More mentally than it is ability as well sometimes, and you just need to go there and enjoy it. And I tried not to look at tables all day the day. I came out, won 3 games in a trot. I need to win another game at legs. I'm not interested. I just try to win each game as it comes, and I can't make mistakes that I done like the last time that I came in.
One thing I will say is that when you've been with us previously, you have shown a great deal of spirit and sometimes a bit of volume. You've kept your cool over the last couple of days and not shown us that, but you're going to Saturday where volume is something that the crowd are going to want. Are you going to bring it tomorrow?
I've stored up for Saturday. so it's going to come, and I prefer playing with a crowd and maybe just give me the X factor.
Has that been a conscious effort to try and temper it during the week this time?
Temper it? You're just trying to go and do your ability. I didn't feel like I've played great this week. A couple of good games, legs, but consistency's no there. But when it comes to Saturday, hopefully rock the party.
Let's just take a look at the moment that Stephen Johnston qualified and then learned that he had qualified. So, Paul, obviously we knew upstairs. I'm not even sure Bradley knew at that point. How did you find out? Was it the referee that told you?
It was the referee, aye. The referee said, I said, see you tomorrow. I'm like, so am I through? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I'll take that.
Well, considering what you've been through with us in previous campaigns, does it prove that ignorance is bliss?
I've not been ignorant, but it's winning that last game there, and somebody saying, I thought I was out. I thought I was going back up to Scotland tomorrow, but now I'm back down here and playing in the finals. Me and my girlfriend came down this week, me and Jay, and we didn't come on a 9-hour train journey to just get walked out of the tappy, so we just try to smash it up. And through to Saturday, I'm looking forward to it, and she'll be in the crowd, and listen, there's no crowd there, but when she's at the back of me cheering me on and going, you'll see a crazy man.
Well, let's just have a look at the breakdown for this week. We can now confirm 3 players through to finals night. Tom Sykes won Group A, Bradley Roose and Stephen Johnston going through from this group, and Paul tonight, Justin Smith, Jamie Kelling, Revelino Dubois, Chris Gilland and Andy Hamilton. And it's any 3, isn't it, from those 5?
Absolutely. I think one of the shining stars of this week is that you've got lots of strong countries represented. 1 Scotsman in that field, he's through. Got 1 Dutchman through, 1 Englishman through, and we could have a Welshman through very quickly tonight because he was explosive at times with Justin Smith last night. But it could be 3 from any of the 5. Could be a brilliant night.
And just going back to what Stephen was saying before, do you think there is a case for players to maybe just focus on each game one at a time and not let that kind of paralysis by analysis take over?
Yeah, I think so. I can say from personal experience that I've done that and then realised whilst on the stage that I was out in a Grand Slam situation. So I still go behind the just playing every single game as it comes without any knowledge, because it's not as if dart players go on the stage with an intention to win 4-1, 4-2 or 4-3. You go up there every time wanting to win 4-0. That's just the way that dart players think.
With that in mind, Stephen, what's the approach for you tomorrow? What can we expect from you?
Hopefully I play better than I have done this week, but I'm excited for tomorrow, and if you're enjoying your darts and you're in a good place, who says anything can harm? You know what I mean? I've came down here twice and no made Saturday. This time I've no played as good as I've done the last 2 times I've been down, and I'm through to Saturday. I think there's another tournament somewhere, eh?
Well, congratulations. We can finally say it. We will see you tomorrow. Paul, we'll see you tonight, and we hope to see you tonight as well. The Group B action will conclude this evening from 10 p.m. here on the Super Series YouTube channel. But this afternoon, it was joy for Johnston. See you tonight.